government, the banking system, the media, academia. I am Russell Dobular, filling in for Jimmy Dore. All right, so you mentioned Francesca Albanese. So this week, I don't know why they keep doing this. I mean, I kind of do. But the Zionists keep having these conferences where you would think they would ixnay on the control of the media and the banksnay, but they feel such impunity. This was a really incredible case where he just completely contradicts himself over the course of the speech. So this is Chris Manahan. Zionist lawfare activist Hillel Neuer blasts UN Special Rapporteur Francesca Albanese for saying America is controlled by the Jewish lobby, then brags about successfully lobbying the U.S. government to sanction her. So let's take a look.
Albanese, the UN Rapporteur on Palestine. As you know, I don't have to tell this audience, she has said that America is controlled by the Jewish lobby. On October 7th, she defended Hamas, said there's a context, and every 5 minutes on Twitter, she is echoing the worst blood libels against Israel. She is the leading purveyor of the genocide libel. We are fighting back. We are fighting back. We have exposed her.
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. It's not very positive. You know, no one remembers, and it even sounds terrible to bring it up, but Hitler and his evil men killed a lot of Catholics, killed a lot of gypsies, killed a lot of people who weren't straight. But I don't know, somehow those suffering people, I don't know. I don't want to take away from the horror of what happened to almost an entire a whole continent's population of people, but it's an evil world, and a lot of people have suffered equally. But I guess the difference is, I don't know. I don't know what it is. I can't figure it out. Railtown, we have 22,300,000 over that. We have a lot of people in TTTMF. I'm unable to get an interview. I guess things might be quiet there. I've made some phone calls. Everybody has the same emotions, just like we do. We look at the stock price and we say we've lost that money. Well, stock price in the case of a GDC, which I think was an intentional fraud, is telling you something. But did you sell on the way down? No. Some people doubled up. So I guess sometimes the stock price is putting it right in your eyes to judge, to question the reasons you're in the stock. If it's some big come on, like there's $500 million of Bitcoin in the company, are you really going to believe that? It just doesn't make sense on its face. If a guy has $500 million worth of Bitcoin, why is he going to put it in a crappy? He could go with that kind of money. He could go buy a shell off the New York Stock Exchange. But it wasn't the point. The point was to pump it up, go get an at-the-money financing out of Uniserv, and steal from all of you. Get a guy like him to talk about it. I personally think there's some players there who use. Now, I'm not talking about him. I think there's some players in that whole Univest group that use They don't care. They don't care. They're Chinese mostly, I guess, or some derivative of being Chinese, but they don't care. I think they took about $5 million out of the Univest financing, but who knows how much they took out of shorting it all down and getting kickbacks. And then the hedge funds made money, Univest clients made money, and there's no trail because Ann Wagner will not put through her committee that the consolidated audit trail should be a matter of public record because she wants to protect your privacy. She's an idiot. She's a complete idiot. It's almost like her husband died and she got the job. I didn't have, everything's down. Railtown was down to 21 cents on the bid. I don't know if it traded there. They're just taking advantage. I think they're taking advantage of the warrants expiry date. In two ways. One, that's the momentum, so they can make their daily churn, their daily goal of stealing money. And you can't see it, so you can't prove it. Attorneys don't see it. Congressmen don't see it. Senators don't see it. Nobody sees it. But the evidence is right there. At least 3 dozen stocks you've all been in. It's happened to. The same thing, the same actors. And we were asked to suspend our belief. Who are you going to believe? Me or your lying eyes? And then we're blamed for it. I mean, anyway, total metals is 18 cents, 18.19. I think it's a screaming buy. Remember the strategy. Whatever you buy, you put out half at 40 cents and you get your money back, and then you wait for those results. The reason I would recommend that is Canada is a place where you can make money in the resource stocks, but they also have a lot of the same attacks. So there's volatility. And and also they might raise money if it goes to 40, 60, 80 cents, they might raise money. So I just would rather I believe it's going to double or triple when they start the next drilling program, which is maybe in the next 2 weeks. But I just feel better, if you take the original money off the table, then we can have fun watching it rather than being stressed. Finger motion is down 0.0094 at 42.06. Mountain MTEN, $27 you could have bought it, and it was going to go. Billionaires were in there. It's at $1.53. Railtown is in the green, but I don't want to be all happy for that because it's still under 25 cents. But the bid is $23.57. The ask is $24.89. The previous close was 23 cents. Today it was as low as $21.94. It's 235,000 shares today. And I really believe they're at last trade, 17,000 shares. I would guess It says 17,100. That's a tough one. I would, it feels like the main impetus of that trade was a buy, but you never know. You never know. Let's see what's going on in Canada. It's up in Canada 33 cents. The volume is 429,000. And I think it's all about the warrants, all about the warrants. Tomorrow's the expiry on a million shares approximately of warrants. And so there's two things I think go on. Part, you can't prove. So if you bring it up, you're going to be accused of being a conspiratorialist. It can't be proven because they cheat. Do you think that the cocaine lords out of Colombia, you could track their money and their cocaine? You can get a bit of it, but you can't get the whole thing. It's, of course you can't prove it. They got the best attorneys on the planet. And they've got Ann Wagner. But anyway, I think we've seen the pattern dozens of times. I think it happens. But we're not allowed to say it. But so I think one thing with the warrant there, which is going to bring in 900,000, well, all the warrants, not just this last bit, all of the warrants expiring this month, going to bring $900,000+ into the treasury. So the company won't need to go to the toxic financiers. Well, if they can get it down to where the effort of exercising the warrant is more trouble than just buying the stock in the open market, they make the company vulnerable to needing to get toxic financing. They're all in it together, but you're not allowed to say it. You're not allowed to point it out. Your brokerage firm, your mutual funds, your regulator, your government, your bankers, your Congress is all in on it, all in on it. But you can't say it. The other thing is just mechanical. In order for someone, like for example, if I had warrants, I couldn't afford to exercise them. So I don't know with these warrants if they're cashless or not. That's a whole different process. But if they're just normal exercise, I would have to sell my Railtown stock to exercise the Railtown stock. And that brings the selling in. And then once all that directional selling is happening, the box, the algorithmic box, the parameters of these high frequency trading sell programs. I don't know who in their right mind believes that stocks under $5, which Merrill Lynch and Morgan Stanley for that matter, will not let their representatives recommend the stock. Whose judgment was it to say that those stocks who trade by appointment, why do they need high frequency trading sell programs? Why is it allowed? Maybe the rule should be if the big brokerage firms, the bulge bracket firms, if they do not allow those shares under $5, the Merrill Lynch rule, then those shares should not be subject to Kenny Griffin stealing. But no one gets upset. Every new stock, we think, oh, it's not going to happen with us. Every stock under $5 is subject to this destruction. Every single one. There's no exception. So when you find a good company, a good story, The wild card is if you have a CEO that signs a toxic note like Martin Shen did, like Brent Sun did, both of them are multiple signers of, they've done it more than once each. Does that make them good people? I suppose. Does it make them stupid? I'd say the first time they're stupid. Second time, why are they CEO? Third time, in Brent's case, I don't know. Is he culpable? I don't know. But then you hear a story, breathless story about GDC. It's got Bitcoin in it, and it's going to go. And blah, 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 blah. And then it doesn't work. Well, I guess it's just fraud. How many times are you going to be set up? How many times? So then you have a perfect right to ask me, why is it different with Railtown? Why is it different with Total Metals? Well, Total Metals is a gold company, but it's also other metals, copper, zinc. And it's older guys that have already made their money, playing in the sandbox that they spent their careers in many cases, and built Goldcorp for sale. So they know what they're doing. And they're not there to pump and promote and try to get sucker retail. They're not there for that. But I would admit, because I've only spoken to two of the principals, I've never met them face to face, I suppose there's a risk that they would take a bad financing, but I don't believe it. Why? Because I asked them straight up. And one of the guys lost money in GTII. And so he knows all about toxic financing. They're not going to do it. They don't need it. They've got the cash. And the good thing about the junior markets in Canada, in the resource plays, everybody's tuned in on it. It's not like us down here. No one gets it. We're susceptible to, hey, there's Bitcoin in the treasury. It's just like Michael Saylor. Hey, I better go buy some. At some point, we got to blame ourselves. But the good thing about the resource markets up in Canada is investors are highly tuned in on them. And there is research. And gold is a macro play, if you haven't noticed. The currencies are in a race to the bottom. We no longer balance our books. We have Republicans spending money, hundreds of billions of dollars now, launching useless, endless wars, bombing deserts, assaulting mountains, accomplishing absolutely nothing. Whilst for the last 20 years, Russia has been spending money directly, very precisely, on modern weapons and the new warfare. While Iran has been doing that, while China's been doing that. But we have such a corporate and military welfare system. You work at the Pentagon, you spin out, you start a company, you get government contracts. It's just larded up the whole way around. No one is speaking out against it. Even Tulsi Gabbard, once she had a chance, she didn't. She did a little bit. but not surprisingly little. So as we find ourselves floundering, we're just spending a lot of money wastefully. And so our currency is still the strongest. But I don't know if you remember what me reading the other day, but Canada and Germany still have pristine credit ratings. We don't. We don't. So anyway, gold is a macro story. Copper, zinc is a macro story. So when you talk about total metals, you're talking about the wind behind your back. But up in Canada, you get research like this, and retail follows it, but so do institutions. You don't get it down here. So if they strike, if they're successful, yeah, Atrium follows 51 companies. So it's not just somebody in his garage. I don't think. Anyway, I think you'll see the good news about the Canadian resource junior markets is with good news you can see snap ups in prices, but there could be a financing. So I already gave you that strategy. On Railtown, what's different with Railtown? I would make the prediction that when Railtown finally breaks the cone of silence, it may not be all at once. It may be deal by deal by deal. So it may not be one day. It almost certainly will not be one day. But it may not be 1 month. It may take a while. It may take months. But I think as the cone of silence rolls off or is slowly lifted, or as the NDAs start becoming moot, I think there's so much built up pressure behind Railtown stock. It's just arithmetic that it's a $23, $25 stock. That's 1,000x from here. Sorry, 100x, not 1,000, 100x. 100x from here. That's what I think you're looking at. And so I think from 24 cents, 23 cents, I think the stock, once the news starts breaking, will be a $23, $24 stock. I think you got 100x in it right off the bat. Now, again, I'm not saying it'll be one day. I'm not even necessarily saying it'll be 1 month. It may not be 1 quarter. But when you look back in time, that it'll be a very clear move based on the breaking of the news. I think you have 100x in Railtown. And so you wonder, well, why isn't this just the same as GDC? Why isn't this just the same as G-Bucks? Why isn't this just the same as ZJYL? Why isn't this just the same as MTEN? Why isn't this just the same as GTII? Why isn't this just the same as Vocal or CRTD? Why isn't this just the same as DBMMMM? A more, I think one that would be more tuned in would be, why isn't this just like Northwest Biotherapeutics? $0.19 stock sitting on a therapy for brain cancer. No one cares about it. And Wagner doesn't care. Donald Trump doesn't care. Doesn't appear to care. in fairness, there might be things going on with MMTOP. Congress doesn't care. There's no journalists. No journalists. Your entire journalist complex is arguing about whether oxygen being put in a pond is bad for ducks. That's the quality of your journalism. You have this semi-attractive woman at CNN, I think she is, Caitlin, whatever her last name is, pretending to be smart and asking the insightful questions. They're not journalists. No one cares. No one cares. And the reason they don't care is there's no cost. There's no cost. But there'll come a cost when it all comes crashing down. But why is Railtown different? Well, number one, Railtown has a huge macro story behind it. Number two, the amount of spending that's gone on in the I mean, they call it AI, but in the building of the data centers, the infrastructure, the raw machinery of the compute power has been in hundreds of billions, if not trillions, and it's going to keep going. And Railtown just closed at $23.99, up 0.0099, essentially 24 cents. The bid is 22. The ask is 24.8. The volume is 27,930. That's what I think the real volume is. I think the rest is all dark pools, black pools, crossing, spoofing, lying. But you can't prove it. So you better not bring it up. And the regulators aren't going to look. But they'll look and see if, what was her name? Martha Stewart cheated on one phone call. They'll put her in prison. So it's an amazing lack of concern. The other difference, well, and anyway, so the macro stories behind it, and then there's been this complete investment of hundreds of billions, if not trillions, it will be trillions, in the raw compute power to fuel AI. And AI is not only a battle between the Mag 10 or 12 companies. It's a fight a race to the finish line for Amazon, Facebook, IBM, Google, Tesla, or whatever it's now. I'm forgetting some here. I don't know why. But it's Amazon. They're all in this race to the finish. There'll probably be 3 survivors. And not only is that going on, countries see it as national security for the future and the power definer for the future. So countries and regions are duking it out. And so governments and hyperscalers and Wall Street, as we predicted last year, are just spending a wall of capital in this space. That's the macro. But you know what the other thing is on the story it's more specifically in the heart of the AI story. To make all of that investment worthwhile, they have to install the orchestration framework. They have to install the layer between the users and the raw compute. It has a lot of different names because it's new and they don't know what to call it. But what it does is it orchestrates, it turns the computing power into useful tools or agents. It infers. It controls the behavior of agents once you set them loose. It's a harness. It audits what the agents do so you can see, regulators can see, corporations can see where did it go wrong, where did it go right. But a big advantage Railtown has, not only does it audit and watch it so that at the end of the day you can track it. It does it in real time. It does it in real time. Rail engine. And then that layer also has the role of conducting, making sure everything works in harmony. It has the role of I guess it's a little bit redundant, but keeping everything on the rails, so to speak. And this area is probably about 1 to 2 dozen companies that you hear referenced. I can't repeat them all. They're all brand new. A lot of them are just starting. But the names you do hear are LangChain, which I personally believe is a clunky, inferior product to Railtown. But, we don't have enough information. We hear AWS, we hear Google, we hear that SpaceX might have something. We understand maybe Microsoft might have something. But when you read any of the articles, it still seems to be missing what Railtown does. But frankly, we don't know. We don't know. I can't explain it to you in every case. But I encourage you to find an orchestration layer, whatever you want to call it, that's Switzerland, that's neutral, that in the race to get away from Trump, the CIA, and the Mossad, by countries, regions, companies, governments. I cannot name, I'm sure there must be some, but I can't. And I study it. I've been studying this for 1.5 years, 2 years. I can't name one other than Railtown that is Switzerland. So it checks that box. When you're a sovereign, when your goal is to remain sovereign, have your data controlled by yourself or your country, and remain separate from the Lutniks and the Netanyahus of the world. And I hate to say the Trumps too. There isn't one. There's not one I've found. And on top of that, there's not many of this orchestration, this fourth layer. There's not many of the companies you can even invest in. Again, I can't find one. I can't find one that you can invest in. You can go through Kathy Ark's ETF. You can go buy a, $2 or $3 trillion company, and they'll have part of their revenues comes from it. But there's no pure play out there that you can buy. The only pure play that I've been able to research the revenues and the value is line chain. Again, I think it's inferior, but it has acceptance. So, I'm not saying it's a bad product, but they raised a bunch of money to build their product. Railtown's product is finished. Nothing's ever finished. You're always improving. You're always adjusting it. You come up with new ideas. But essentially, they started working on it 7 years ago. So, what does that mean? The second part of my point, that you can invest in it, is not relevant to my bigger point. My bigger point is, if you're a Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for example, and you've got energy, I don't know how much water you have, but I guess you can set up data centers in the kingdom, maybe, but maybe you don't. Maybe the data center is set up nearby, but you want your data, your banking, your reserves, your trading, everything, you want it sovereign. Sovereign isn't only talking about national. Sovereign is also talking about the vertical control of your data. But anyway, who are you gonna sign up with? Microsoft? Maybe if Trump twists your arm, are you going to sign up with Zuckerberg? Are you going to sign up with Amazon? Are you going to sign up with Google? Probably not. Are you going to sign up with LangChain? I guess, I suppose, but it's a Palo Alto based firm. Probably not. So where do you turn? Do you turn to Romania? I'm not making fun of Romania. Do you return to Botswana? Not making fun of Botswana. Do you turn to Thailand? I'm not making fun of Thailand. Or do you turn to a westernized, English-speaking, well-educated, property rights, fantastic legal system country that happens to be in the top 10 or 11 economies in the world and is in the G7, but they have a campaign going on, just like you, the king of Saudi Arabia, to make sure their country's data and their AI remains sovereign. And their goal is to be in the top 3 of the AI superpowers over the next cycle of life on the planet. I don't know what our goal is. To go down into misery with Israel, I guess, is our goal. It's not a very well thought out plan, I'll tell you that. At least what we see. Well, probably if you're the king of Saudi Arabia, you're going to at least consider getting your compute power and then signing up for your stacks and that orchestration layer through Canada. And what's our evidence of that? Well, we don't have any evidence about Saudi Arabia. But we do have some evidence about TELUS in Canada. What? Press releases and presentations that Railtown was selected to be the partner with TELUS just for this thing we're talking about, the fourth layer, the orchestration, the inference layer. What other confirmation do we have that? The guy that built TELUS's sovereign AI factory the number 78th in the world, number 1 in Canada. The guy that built the stack, he had to screen the companies. He had to select who he's going to use, which I assume came after considerable due diligence and testing. He joined Railtown's advisory board. He still works at TELUS, but he joined Railtown's advisory board. Is the 23-cent stock price telling you more than that? No. All the 23-cent stock price is telling you is the algorithmic parameters keep going down, 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 with the active support of your government, your regulators, and your banks. All glossed over by attorneys who never have a moral glitch in their brain. Unless they're judging their wife. We know about TELUS. We know the size of the TELUS raw goal is to get $2 billion from AI-enabled technology by 2028. Now, they're taking their sweet-ass time. I'll agree with that. But it's Canada. But they get things done. And I think they squandered a 1.5 year head start, and now they're nearly in a foot race with the next company I'll talk about. Hive Buzz / Bell Canada. Now, I don't know what's going on there. Is Hive Buzz separate from Bell Canada? Yes. But is there some sort of, they are always mentioned together. Is there some sort of, tie up? Don't know. I don't know. I'll wait for the research. But we have a lot of evidence that isn't the strongest evidence. I'll agree with that. But we have one of the gentlemen that was AIP Network Partners whose business was to help fund these kind of companies. He knows the space, but he also screened 200 or so companies to join his network. He sold his company to Railtown, and he's now a member of the executive team at Railtown, and he's on the board. He quietly, I think he's a teacher at heart, I think he's a professor at heart, but he quietly emphasizes, supports, or likes over the last, I'd say, 2 weeks, a lot of posts about Hive, Buzz, and Bell Canada. Does it mean anything? I don't know. I don't know. But it might. Does Hive or Bell Canada have the solution for the fourth layer, the orchestration layer? Nobody does, unless they spent money on it. But as far as I know, nobody has the soup to nuts solution that Railtown provides. But again, maybe Amazon has something, maybe. Google's trying to build the whole full-on thing. Maybe they have it. Maybe SpaceX has it. Maybe Microsoft has something. But what's the problem again? Sovereignty. So we don't know, but like that black 8-ball that you turn over, indications are yes. And then we know about Uniserve. That's in the press releases. It's a proof of concept. We don't really know much about Rogers Communications or any of the other telecom/data centers in Canada. But just because we don't know about it doesn't mean this same argument doesn't apply to them. Who's going to do the orchestration layer? Particularly when you put in it, it has to be sovereign. It has to be neutral. Then we know that Canada has put on a very, it's similar to what communist China would do. Canada's been working on a government plan for AI, matching it with energy, with their brain power, with their universities, and their financial acumen. They've been developing government plans to build out a world power as an AI superpower. Couple of goals with it that stand out. Once you control AI, you can be in that league of the powers in the world. But the other part of it is they want to keep both the licensing, the intellectual property, the increase in value at home. So they become the financial power like an Apple. Apple has the intellectual power, property, but it's all built in China. And elsewhere, of course. Where's the value? The value's in the IP, and it's in the end use of all of those ideas. And we know from our studies over the last few days that that raw compute revenue, like the 2 billion for TELUS, when you put the AI and the agentic and the tools on top of that, what the end user is paying for is more than just that raw iron or copper. They're paying for all of the enhancements for the end product. That's estimated at 8 times. Well, that's what Canada's looking at. We want to keep that ADEX here in Canada. Also, they're looking at the fact that if they just export energy, they're not much different than a third world nation under colonial repression. It's what the energy builds that gets the higher price, and that's where all the power of money accrues. So they want to keep that. They want to turn their energy into the end product of AI. So we know that Canada's government and its provinces and its universities and its think tanks and its very financial fiber are behind this sovereign AI push. So is it a stretch? Is it a stretch when you, based on the information we have, we don't have exclusive information, but Amazon is a United States company subject to the Cloud Act, subject to Lutnick's every whim. Google, ostensibly an American company, subject to the Cloud Act, subject to Lutnick's every whim. Anthropic, OpenAI, IBM, SpaceX, Oracle, Microsoft. Do any of those companies fit the box that Canada and its entire country have created for sovereign AI? Do any of them? Does LangChain? No, they don't. Now, we don't know it for certain. Maybe there's workarounds. Trust another signature, just like you can trust Benjamin Netanyahu's signature on a peace treaty. Maybe there's something we're missing. But in that environment, when every alternative, it seems like, does not fulfill the sovereign check, is it reasonable to assume that Railtown might be Canada's answer to the orchestration framework? We know it is at TELUS. Of course, we don't know 100% that it's the only 100% layer there. We don't know that. But who else is it? We know that Zaid Atufat Shamsi is on the board at Railtown. So we have a pretty good clue that the TELUS orchestration layer is Railtown, particularly since there's been press releases about their hookup. Do we know that Railtown is in the Buzz Hive Bell Canada? I don't know. Let's call it a stack. Do we know it? No, we don't know it. But who else is it? Who else could it be? This isn't something you get a group of college students together and you create in 90 days. It was a 2.5 year heavy lift to build what they built. So who's the competition that's going to be at Bell Canada or at Hive Buzz? I think it's a pretty I would say the odds are very high that Railtown is also the orchestration layer in that little, not so little, but in those clusters of data centers, stacks. So who's going to do it for Rogers Communications? Who's going to do it for the other Canadian companies? Could we suggest Railtown? Could we suggest Railtown? Maybe. So if you have $2 billion at TELUS, of course, we don't know how much of that's in the data centers, and you have $3 to $4 billion at that Buzz Hive Bell Canada complex. Let's add 4 and 2 and call it $5 billion just from those two Canadian sovereign data centers, AI type technology. Now we'll acknowledge that we don't know exactly how it all splits out, but let's call it 5, not 6. We'll call it 5. And the value added by the orchestration layer and the other Canadian inputs is 8 times that just baseline compute rental. Because that's the raw compute. And by the time you have the FireEye, you have the Cohere, and you have the Railtown, the output in revenue is 8x. So 8 times 5 would be 40 billion. And I don't know what Railtown split would be. As a critical layer to make all that investment valuable, I would say it's more than 5 or 10%. I mean, you could justify much higher numbers. But so what do we use? 15, 20, 25, 30? I would use 20, but let's use 15% this time. Let's use 15% of 40 billion in ARR. Now, that's 2 or 3 years down the road and growing, but let's use 40 billion times, let's say Railtown gets 15% of that. That is $6 billion in software, nearly 100% revenue from TELUS, Hive, Buzz / Bell, Uniserve. That's it. And we got the numbers from their own press releases. Now let's just assume that since 6 billion sounds totally out of this world, let's just chop that down. Let's just really, really reduce that. I don't know what. Should we cut it by half? Cut it by 3/4? Cut it by 4/5? Cut it by 5/6? Let's take 1/3 of it. So we're cutting it by 2/3. That's $2 billion in revenue. You know, down the road for Railtown. From those three, 4 clusters in Canada. Call it 2 billion. Now, what would the multiple be on that 2 billion? It's nearly 100% margin. Would it be 10x? Not with that kind of margin. Would it be 50 or 75 or 100x? It could be. Just remember that when Elon Musk signed the purchase agreement to buy Cohere, it was an option for $60 billion with a $10 billion hard number in it. Cohere was doing $2 billion in revenue. I'm not going to say that Railtown's worth $60 billion, but that's how much that kind of revenue is valued at. So what multiples should we use? 15, 20, 25, 30, 35? I would go with the higher numbers because once the king of Saudi Arabia, the prime minister of Poland or president of Poland realizes that there is an answer to the sovereignty risk, the potential growth in Railtown's book is going to be enormous. I would lean to 35x, but let's not do that. Let's use, I think 15x is too low, and I think 25x is probably right. But let's use 20x. Let's use 20x. So 20x on 2 billion gives you an enterprise value of Railtown potentially of $40 billion. $40 billion. Just from Canada ARR. 40 billion divided by 234 million shares gives you a target of $170 a share. Now remember, I chopped the 6 billion down to 2 billion. Let's chop this down. Let's take 1/3 of it. Let's chop it down by 2/3. We got 56.90 as our target. Oddly close to my $55 target. Just from Canada. And the stock's trading at 23 cents. How can that be? Is it because Railtown is like the fraud of GDC, where they manipulated the information in my judgment? And they said, well, it's got Bitcoin in it. And everyone said, oh, God, that's great. It's just like Michael Saylor. It's the buzz. Do you ever notice every news story you hear has the current buzz in it? Energy Vault. They're going to store energy for data centers. Hey, that fits the headlines. I'm not trying to say anything negative about any of these companies, but that's the pattern. Is that what's happening at Railtown? Is everything I just laid out to you bogus? Is it promotional? I've chopped it. I've risked is the word I use. I've risked it every step of the way. And I still came up with $57 a share just from Canada alone. So how can it be trading for 23 cents a share? These guys come on here and they tell you there's no quiet period. It's a quiet period. Since February 11th of last year, not this year, Railtown has been in a quiet period. And I tell you what, if I ever got married and my wife was seeing her boss and she was telling me it was a mistake, I'm not going to give you details. And I needed to talk to somebody, but I didn't want anybody to know about it. You know, the first person I'd think about is Corey Brandolini. That guy can keep a secret. But he has no choice. Railtown grew from the vision of Marwan Haddad and Corey Brandolini 7 years ago, and all of their experience in software, knowing where the weak points were. They were early before anybody knew about AI, before money was going to AI. They had to raise some money, so they went public into the maw of the most corrupt financial markets in the world for stocks under $5. But you're not allowed to see it. But they built it out. And then not only did they built out a software, that's what it's being valued at right now. They're just another startup software company with something that might work or might not work. And most software companies either get rolled up at a discount or disappear. That's how it's being valued right now, because it's been a year and a quarter quiet period. But these boo people want you to think there's no quiet period. Why? Because they're getting paid to help the parameter that the HFT computerized short selling in conjunction with the stock loan desks and the reg show exemptions to drive it down. Why? Because they make money every hour, every day, every week, every month. And it's always about the next target lower. But it has nothing to do with the fundamentals. Nothing to do with the macro. The fact that AI needs the orchestration, it's the white hot investment right now. Everyone is pouring money into the orchestration layer. They don't care about that. They don't care about what the shills come on or the people that speak the language of the shills saying, well, where's the revenue? They don't care. They don't care about any of that. They just care about that next day's win, that next hour's win, that next month's win. And they're counting on the computers to recognize when a Mavericks comes in or an Omers comes in to buy stock in size, and whew, that sell order, that offer will leap upward. But they're not there yet. So you have the prolonged quiet period. And I'm sorry, that's what it is. And because of that, the company's not telling its story broadly. Because of that, there's no buying in the stock. And the HFTs, the organized selling, they have nothing to be afraid of in the short run. It's all they care about is in the short run. They don't have anything to be afraid of. So they sell it down. Now we're here recently, it's just like it had to happen, I guess. They drove it to under 22 cents. I think maybe partly because of the warrants. Because if they can get the warrants to be an afterthought, in other words, someone that has these warrants says, why bother? It's only 5 cents difference. I can just buy it in the open market. Then the company doesn't get cash, and the company goes to Canaccord Genuity and gets a crooked financing. And then that starts the selling, and the whole campaign that is run by Wall Street to steal your money continues. Of course, you can't prove it, so you're not allowed to notice it. I hate to point out to you that with GDC, you fell for it again. And only you can think about what are the assumptions you make when you hear these stories. Because you've fallen for it over and over and over and over again. What are the common denominators? It's not fun to realize it. Oh my gosh. So anyway, right now the warrants gave an extra impotence to go down. My guess is Monday, Railtown will be back at 25, 27 cents. But that's still miserable. My further guess is that Railtown, TELUS, nothing will happen next week, and nothing will happen the following week. So I think we have to get ready for more doldrum, more just emotional pain, because we can't help it. We look at the stock every single day. I do. But I just don't see TELUS doing anything until after the vacation period, after Canada Day and July 4th. And even then, I'm a little hesitant because this Dotage guy is going to have to, because TELUS, for whatever reason, really didn't take advantage of its head start. They've got some real issues with revenue and with their dividend, and they're a sprawling conglomerate. And I think you're going to see that guy do a lot of cutting and chopping and selling. And maybe he'll be too busy to work on his NVIDIA stack. But I don't think so. I think his number one rescuer of his financial structure is his data centers. And I believe Railtown is the key to those data centers. So I think it's gonna start pretty soon after he's appointed. But I don't think the first week of July. I think the second week of July. So we got 2 more weeks. And it's awful. It's just awful. Because then if something doesn't happen in July, that's 3 weeks would be available for July. Then we get into August, and August is notorious for vacation for the big boys and girls. So it's very frustrating. Because if it doesn't happen July, August, we're talking middle of September, and then we're talking October. And I wouldn't put it past the Canadians. I wouldn't. On the other hand, I think they've pushed the TELUS people have stalled, had enough committee meetings, sought the advice of their attorneys, done enough do-gooder things. I think they've pushed it as far as they can. I don't think they're going to push it another quarter. You got to realize that's always possible. So if I had to guess, we've got 2 more weeks. The melting of the thawing of the news blockage or blackout, I think will start then, second week in July. Will it be in complete opening of news? I doubt it. It feels like we're waiting on TELUS. So if TELUS doesn't name Railtown, will Railtown be able to announce Railtown? I don't know. It depends on what the lawyers sign. If TELUS announces, will Railtown be able to say they're over in the Buzz Hive? I don't know. It depends on what the lawyers wrote up. But I tell you what will happen is as the analysts for TELUS and the analysts for Buzz Hive start looking under the hood, they're going to see Railtown. And they're going to want to cover Railtown. So as the news starts to thaw, I think you're going to see pressure on the company to let some research get out there. So anyway, I think it starts. And I do not think that the stock goes from 22 cents to 35 cents. I think the stock is going to be on the middle of a shocking and dramatic repricing of 100x. Now, I'm not saying that's going to happen in one day, but I bet it happens in fewer than 90 days. Maybe give it instead of 3 months, give it 4.5 months. In other words, a quarter and a half, so that research can come out. I think you're going to see the stock suddenly be viewed not as when you Google it now, it's a SaaS company. Then it helps developers do something. Yawn. Another software as a solutions company, and it helps developers. There's thousands of these now. But as soon as that description goes to they are the critical, that's one of my assumptions, orchestration layer, the 4th layer in the sovereign data stack in Canada, and their total market is worldwide. I think you got a $25 stock on your hands. And that's just for starts. And I know, you can't accept. How can it be that the stock's 22 cents and you're telling me it's worth $25? Well, maybe number one, I'm wrong with $25. Maybe it's only worth 15. But it's still the same question. On the other hand, it might be worth 50. Still the same question. How can it be 22 cents? There's no institutional buying. There's no research. The last research was written 2.5, 3 years ago. There's no new research. There's no discussion of any contracts. There's nobody out banging the drum, slowly or rapidly. There's nothing. And in that environment, the structure that Mark Carney might have even been aware of, but certainly all the big pools of money and all the big banks and all of Congress knows about, they have, for some reason, Congress has decided that it's important for stocks under $5, under $1 billion, under $100 million market caps to be subjected to the frenzy of high frequency trading and algorithmic computerized market makers. I don't know where their heads are at, but that's what we got. And so that's the answer. When those people are selling the stock and these shills come on, they don't know the story. They couldn't tell you the story I just told you. And when you heard the story about GDC's Bitcoin, how long was that described? Oh, no. Go look at the announcement. I don't know. They put it in, and that's a lot of Bitcoin. It's in there, and come on. That's not due diligence. That's just passing along a tip. Right now, the stock loan desks and the reg show exemption selling and the hypothecating and rehypothecating, then the leverage of the high frequency computerized selling computers, they're not as scared of the story I just told you. They haven't studied it, but they're not worried. They have shorted 1,000 companies. And the word isn't just shorting, but they've sold stock they haven't located, they have no intention to locate, in 1,000 companies. And this is just one more. So their motive is to always get it lower. And so the logical conclusion is it keeps going lower. And in a vacuum of news and in a vacuum of buying, it keeps going lower. So what happens when, I should look it up right now, RLAIF stock, I don't know, where can you find a description? Here's it's a speculative pre-revenue technology stock. How many companies are like that? It's just another stock. Here, the business model. The company focuses on an AI-driven developer suite conductor designed to help software teams diagnose and resolve bugs and issues more efficiently. What's great about that description? That sounds like every other software company out there. Nothing special, but that's what, when you Google it, that's what you get. And then it says they closed an acquisition with AIP, adding a network. They do say the company established a revenue sharing agreement with TELUS, a major Canadian telecom. But in that context, that's just a throwaway. It could be a small 500,000 a year type situation. And then it says about the financial position. The stock is highly speculative. The company operates at a net loss with limited revenue. And it's funded through private placements and exercise of warrants. That's not an exciting description. That's not going to percolate up to any institutional desk, any wealth advisor's desk. That is the definition of ho-hum. And it's the perfect definition of a stock that these parameter high-frequency trading computer programs can drive downward. It's perfect. Well, what happens when that changes? Let's just, for the heck of it, see what they describe LangChain as. I'm taking a risk because I don't think LangChain's very good. I mean, it's good, but I don't think it's as good as Railtown. LangChain is an open source orchestration framework. It says right in there, orchestration framework. What if the description that comes up for Railtown switches to it's an orchestration framework? Just that change is going to reprice the stock. But why haven't they done it? Because the company cannot be self-promotional. Do you see how the attorneys and the regulators in Wall Street has set it up so that the CEO has to tell you what she's doing before she does it so they can protect themselves? And then when there's a quiet period, oh no, it's not a quiet period. It's a quiet period. They can't do anything promotional. It's like talking to Benjamin Netanyahu. All right, so it is an open source orchestration framework designed to simplify the development of applications powered by large language models. What if just that sentence is on the other side of Railtown? Whew, value goes up. But that's not out there. You know more about Railtown than all of Wall Street. You do. It's hard to believe you do. It's not a tip, by the way. We've been working on this. You have put hours into this with me. It talks about its models. It's easy to start. LangChain is a framework for building agents and LLM powered something or other. But just changing it to that would change the value of the stock. So let's move on. I'll try to answer questions. We can talk about MMTLP again. I'm going to try to talk again about Total Metals because I think there's a trade there. But Railtown is so cheap. and it freezes you. And if you're like me, you don't have any money anyway, so you can't buy it. But yeah, and we can talk about, GDC and talk about other stocks as well, just to change it up. But I think you should see the pattern. Uniserve with a bunch of wealthy people, whether they know it or not, are trying to strip the American investor, and they have to hire promoters and whisperers, and the story always fits the narrative that's going to get people to buy the stock up to $8 or $10, but they don't sell because they're told it's going to go to 300. That's when these guys can make a mint. Railtown isn't that. I haven't been paid anything by Railtown. I haven't received shares or warrants. I haven't even gotten the hat they promised me. I was going to get a hat. I guess they watched one of my videos and I must have said something about their attorneys or something. I never got my Railtown hat. But they're not promoting the stock. And my final summary of all this I've been saying, and we'll go to your comments, I think there's so much pressure built up by deals and alliances and agreements that once the news breaks, I think you're going to see 100x on your 23 cents. And I think it's going to happen so quickly you won't even believe it. And I don't think you have to worry about it going down to a penny. It's not a con job. It's the real deal. All right, I'll go to your comments. I did tell you that we're at 22,300,000. And Ricky Brogan says, hi, William and RT crew. Hi, Ricky. Pete the Greek says, Upa. I say, Apo. Apo Bapo. I say, Upa to you, Pete Greek. Fast A. Go do, Mr. Bill. I am trying to do. Buck guy in Puerto Rico. Good afternoon. I love this guy in Puerto Rico. I'm going to come to Puerto Rico. That's my prediction. I'm going to come this year. I'll visit you. Fast Eddie, how's Mr. Bill? Oh, no, Mr. Bill, Mr. Bill. I'm going to write down Buckeye 41. I think I already got that. I think I have that already, but I'll write it down just so if I don't, I can put it in. Pat M. Hi, Pat. Jack Hamilton. Good afternoon, Mr. William. Finally catching up with your last diatribes, still holding RT strong. Thank you, Jack. I think you're going to do fine. It's so tough. It's so tough holding through this. And it's so distracting and it's draining and it's hard to work on anything else. Hey, they stopped trading. No, it's 5:07. But that reminds me, I want to go look and see. Imagine if you're Corey Brandolini. I love his decision making. He is focused on what matters for shareholders in the bigger picture. But imagine if you're Corey Brandolini, you must want to go tell us, I've had enough with your do-gooder announcements. I get it. You're helping the Native Americans in Manitoba. You're helping the girls in Botswana. You're helping the young boys in New Guinea. I get all that. But can you just get to the contract that we announced? Can you get to that? It's got to be driving him off the wall. But one thing he never does, at least in my experience, he never talks about the quote unquote shorting or the mechanics of the market. He said it's tough in the junior markets, but that's all he allowed. Because as soon as you start talking about it, you become a crank. And that's how they've that's how they've built their industry. Nothing. There's no news. No news. And I would say that no news is not good news for us. Pete Greek, I lost respect for Ham when one, he never met Pam Bondi and always touted it. Two, he never went to South Korea to allegedly list finger. All BS. Hope he sleeps well. I'm sure he does. He seems to. He worked in the toughest spots in Wall Street, so you got to get a thick skin. Oh, shoot. Trump strikes Iran. Oh, gosh. I hope I hope it doesn't go anywhere. Giuseppe. Oh, Jack Hamilton. Add $100 to play with. Picked up 450. Good for you, Jack. 450 is a big number. It's a big number. 101,903. I can't help it. There's times I think, because as I've harped on, I'm no longer a big account guy. Not that I ever was, massive. I just keep thinking, I could have bought the stock at 24 cents, 23 cents. I could have bought everything. But that's the torture we do to ourselves. Damn it. A British influencer facing death by firing squad was living the life in Dubai and treated well by the man she is accused of stabbing to death. Oh my gosh. She's 23 years old. Oh, he confiscated her passport. That happens there. That happens there. Ah. Giuseppe. Good job, Jack. I wrote it down. Hi, William and everyone. William reached my goal, although I wish I wasn't able to because we were finally on our way with TELUS News or whatever news. Well, I'm trying to understand what you meant there. I think I get it. You could mean you wish that you had waited to buy, but you also could be just, angry that you even own the stock. And that's what they count on. I feel that way too. I can't hide it. But I don't think it's anybody's fault. I don't think it's Corey's fault. I don't think it's Marwan's fault. I don't think it's any of the people I talked to about the stock's fault. I think it's as simple as the company on February 11th of last year went into a quiet period because it was acquiring AIP. Dr. Tom Core, I think, is a great guy, very smart, and I think he cares about so many people. He's obviously a great teacher, a great professor, but I don't know if it's his fault, but he was, the buck stops there. It took from February 11th until, to my memory, November 27th, but it might have been November 20th of last year for Railtown to conclude its acquisition and announce it of AIP Partners. I think that's ridiculous. I think it should have gotten done in 2 to 3 months. But hey, that's what happened. So during that time frame, everything was a quiet period. Now, I had the impression several things were going to happen that summer and that third quarter and that fourth quarter. None of them did. At least not out in the open. Just to torture us, apparently, although I've heard 3 versions. Apparently, Dr. Tom Core may have introduced Corey to TELUS. But I might be confusing that with what I heard. He might have introduced Corey to the BlackBerry guys. Anyway, it's all a bunch of talk. Nobody knows exactly what happened. But the point is that while they were in the middle of closing that AIP deal, along comes TELUS. And Railtown had the opportunity. Remember, the AIP deal was centered on 2 basic ideas. One is they would replicate the Constellation software strategy of rolling up the companies and creating cash flow and becoming a big, big company. That's one. 2 is they would use Railtown's platform as a cross marketing vehicle for all the 5,000 end users and all of the 200 companies to cross sell and cross populate and learn from each other and all grow together. So it would create revenue for Railtown as everyone started using the platform. Over time, the roll up of all those companies would lead to cash flow and revenue for Railtown. That was the essential thesis of acquiring the AIP network. A captive market to sell Railtown to, and a bunch of companies to apply the Constellation software roll-up model on. That was it. And then Railtown would go back, as it continued to do, to going conference to conference to conference, company to company to company, hackathon to hackathon, developer to developer, to build its revenue. That was the story. And one of the key features of that story is that Railtown was embedded in Microsoft and the GitHub channels, all embedded everywhere. And maybe as their revenue went up, it would become a buyout candidate by Microsoft. That's the story. A good story, an exciting story, but that was the story. So then they meet TELUS, and they're offered the opportunity, or I don't know if it's an offer or it's just a mutual agreement, but the opportunity, which has been announced, to work together, to partner. And TELUS built Canada's first sovereign AI factory. And I believe it's not all sold out. The initial nodes that used NVIDIA Hopper or whatever, maybe those have sold out. But the rest of it, I think, are waiting the Grace Blackwell or the Vera Nice chips. They had 3 or 4 customers. They turned on the data center. They had Ernst Young. They had a company named something close to Salesforce, something like that. They had a medical company. And there's one other one I can't remember right now. 3 or 4 clients. So they have the data center, but they have to install the NVIDIA chips. They have to make the large language models work. They have to test everything under stress. They have to do a trial run, basically, a live, not so many people run. And they did that third and fourth quarter. My understandings at that time were that there were going to be rollouts in the third quarter, and then no, I guess it's going to be the fourth quarter, and then no, I guess it's going to be the first quarter of the next year. It never happened. So my information was wrong. I'm not sure that it was intentionally wrong or misleading. I just think what happened is that the data centers, the stacks, worldwide, by the way, not just in Canada, they've been built on this with this raw, they call it raw iron. They've been built so you hook up everybody to it with the large language models and you just hook it up. But everybody is finding out they need the orchestration layer, particularly as the world is going agentic, where everything is left to agents to work with agents. And it's just dawning on everybody because everyone was focused on building the data centers, building the large language models, racing to get the funding and to be first. And then there's guys like LangChain or Railtown working with developers, but there's a lot of people doing that. So everyone's racing pell-mell to win. And there's only a few people that are sitting back and saying, you know, they're going to need an orchestration. They're going to need a conductor. They're going to need a real-time ingestion. It's only a few doing that. Railtown's one of them. But I can see, Giuseppe, that perhaps in the third quarter or even in the fourth quarter, as they started using these other companies, they realized they're going to need to install the rail engine, the rail tracks, and the conductor. And further, that's all a very big deal. I think it's plausible that they didn't get all of that installed. It might be they were talking to other alternatives, or maybe they got part of it installed. But I think we know from public filings on the monthly filing that rail engine was not ready in the third quarter or the fourth quarter of last year. We only found out as they filed the January, which is filed a month later, but the January CSE Form 7, but it also said the same thing for February. So my guess is, as you put it, the whatever news, and let me be clear, news isn't going to make the stock run. A clear, predictable, modelable revenue projection is what's going to make it run. But anyway, I think what happened in the third and fourth quarter is TELUS wasn't ready to expand. And then we get into the first and second quarter, and it seems like NVIDIA isn't supplying all the chips. That could be a problem. There's a change in leadership from Entwistle to Dotage. Well, that's something we've had to deal with. But I don't think, even if they were ready to go, that they even started until maybe March with putting the rail tracks conductor and rail engine on top. But who knows, with the new leadership, maybe everything's on hold until he puts in his own team, his own right-hand woman, his own staff of attorneys. Who knows? All we do know is that TELUS, for whatever their internal reasons are, has not made any announcement further to their press release in, I want to say, November of last year, that they were hooking up with Railtown. It was news. The stock just didn't go. News isn't going to do it. Revenue's going to do it, but it doesn't. You don't have to wait for the revenue. You just have to wait till the analysts are comfortable predicting it. Finally, on our way, until the company can release news, and it's not all in their control. And Giuseppe, we've learned a lot about the government funding policies, and the deadline was June 1. We're still in June. And that might explain the complete freeze of information. Maybe some of the AIP companies are getting government, the network companies are getting government funding. Maybe the AIP network itself is going to get funding so that they can do the roll-ups without dilution. Well, I don't know, I'm making it up. But if there's government funding or government arrangement of Railtown being the Canadian orchestration layer for at least Hive, Bell Atlantic, and TELUS, it's a quiet period. So it is frustrating, but it's an explanation. It's explainable. It is extremely frustrating. And if you wish that you weren't in the stock at all, which sometimes I think about, what would your alternative be? GDC? Maybe. Energy Vault went to 6.5. Would you have sold? Maybe. I think about Giuseppe things like Micron, which I predicted, or Intel, which I predicted. It would have been good to put $10,000 in one of those, have it go to 100,000, and be coming back to buy Railtown now. But that's hindsight. I didn't have the courage to move my paltry position to Micron. I should have. It was obvious. But I really, at each step of the way, thought that Railtown was on the verge of a breakout. And I thought TELUS was a normal corporation, but it's not. But the good news is it's not just TELUS anymore. It's Buzz Hive. And you say that we're finally on our way. I know that it's frustrating, but I suggest to you, the stock closed essentially at 24 cents, but it was under 22 cents today. I don't know how many shares. It made a new 52-week low today. And would it be better to not be in it? Yeah, if I had my choice and I could go back in a time machine, I would go back and I would be talking about Micron or Intel or something like that. And then I'd be selling those and I'd be talking about Railtown this month. But I can't go back in a time machine. I think we're being held up by attorneys. I think we're being held up by a quiet period. I think we're being held up by the fact that all the institutions and wealthy people around both Railtown and the network and Omers and Mavericks, etc., have either signed NDAs or non-competes, or they're just seriously bound by the securities laws, and they can't buy any shares. That's what I think. So we wait. We wait for the handover from Entwistle to Dotage. We wait for Mark Carney. We wait for whatever the attorneys are telling Corey. And it could be that Corey's in the middle because of what Lutnick did, and I'm sure Trump directed him. They may be seeing so much business that they're working on contracts rather than working on press releases. And so we have to be big boys and girls and wait. It's disappointing, but there are no buyers of the stock, Giuseppe. There is no research. There are no real market makers. There are no trading desks. No brokerage firm on the planet is telling their brokers they can recommend this stock to their clients. And in that, the system, which is Goldman Sachs, it's Steve Cohen, it's Kenny Griffin, and it's Leon Black, it's the whole slew of those big pools of money. It's the Jeff Eastons and the Kramers and the Yorkvilles. It's the SEC. It's the Anson funds. It's offshore. It's the entire complex is designed to make money, driving stocks down penny by penny, week by week, month by month. And that's the maw we're in. I'm not sure that Corey believes that, but I think Corey's doing the right thing, focusing on the business of Railtown rather than what's happening to the stock. He knows what he's got. He's not panicking. Of course, he can issue more warrants to himself or options to himself. We can't do that ourselves. But yeah, I'm very frustrated. I don't know what I would have done differently in real time. I really thought, based on information, not inside, that and understanding, analysis, that this would go much more quickly. It hasn't. But in return for that, I think the story is enormously bigger. You're going from a story where they were going to go customer to customer to customer to customer, prove that it works, and maybe a Microsoft buys them out at 4 or 5, 10x. Some story like that. Now the story is I believe the story is, they are the orchestration framework for Canada. That might be a bold statement, but that's what I think the story is. And then the upside is the world. Everybody that wants sovereign data in the world. Well, so we've had to wait, which is a pain in the ass. But we've gone from having a 10x, 20, maybe 15x stock in a buyout. I think we've gone from that to 100x as the news starts flowing. I'm not saying in a week. I'm not saying in a month. I don't know exactly how long that'll take, but I think we have a $25 stock. And that's the beginning. That's Canada. That's part of Canada. And as the news comes out and as the revenues expand, we have a chance, Giuseppe, at a stock that could be doing $2 billion a year in revenue at almost 100% payout. Those are the kind of numbers that Cursor was doing before Elon Musk bought them for $60 billion. They're doing more revenue now. So I think what we've given up for all our pain and all this punishment to the downside, which has nothing to do with Corey, nothing to do with Marwan, and in my own defense, it has nothing to do with me either. But it happens in every stock. And just because this is a great fundamental story doesn't mean that these machines aren't going to do their grim reaping, particularly in a framework where there's no news and there's no insider buying. It's beautiful. My opinion, they get a guy like Tony to talk to the CEO, and Tony finds out, hey, nothing's happening right now. And they learn, well, whether it was intentional, but they learn we can keep doing it because their goals are short term. Their goals are, I want to know if I'm going to get my butt handed to me in the next 30 days. If not, we're going to keep doing this. And so you've got the dichotomy of a punishing, I think, criminal, but certainly immoral and antithetical to a thriving U.S. economic system. We've got this colluding complex that uses high frequency algorithmic computer program selling to drive everything in the toilet so they can force toxic financing so they can strip. And we've seen it over and over again. That is happening with Railtown, and it has been happening with Railtown. The difference is Railtown has no debt, has no need of money. They don't need to take money. And they have never signed a toxic note, at least that I can find. And I've gone through everything, I think. So we sit here angry, understandably, at the delay because the price has gone down. If during the delay, the price had been going up, we wouldn't be as upset. But I suggest to you, we wouldn't be selling the stock either, because the story has gotten so much bigger that if the stock were $5 right now, we wouldn't want to sell. If the stock were $25 right now, I don't think we'd want to sell. The caution I give is we don't know for certain a lot of these things that my research and my discussions that we put together. It could be when we start finding out the news, we'll find out that Railtown's only client is going to be TELUS. Well, even that's still a tremendous upside. I don't think that's what it is. So we conflate that the stock price is down, and therefore we're angry, whether at me or ourselves. I'm angry at myself. But the stock price is not telling us anything. It didn't tell us anything last month or 2 months ago or 3 months ago. And my opinion, we did not know it would be 23 cents 3 months ago. But in retrospect, it's pretty clear that Canadians do everything very slowly, very slowly. Everything goes through committee. Everything's cover your ass. Everything is, make sure it doesn't come back and destroy your career. Yeah, it sucks. Frankly, I wish I had been able to wait, put the cash aside. It's my IRA. It's not, it's not changing my life either way. But I would love to have been able to buy the number of shares here. But I'm not in that position. But it's not big volume, by the way. For real shares, it looks like it's 27,930 shares. Of course, when you look at the Canadian today and you take into account the warrants, and that has nothing to do with the fundamental story for the company. You cannot conflate the price of the stock with the story. You can't. That's the dysfunctionality of Northern American stock markets now. And then when you say TELUS News or whatever news, TELUS was announced. It's a problem. Just the announcement of news isn't going to make the stock run. What's going to make it run is when buyers can buy. That's what's going to make it run. As soon as Mavericks can establish a 10% position, 20 million shares. That's when it's going to run. But he can't. It's a quiet period. He can't do it right now. He might not be able to do it for a while. So it might have to be some other fund that realizes that when Railtown's selected as the orchestration layer on top of $3 to $5 billion in raw compute revenue, which can be expanded to the final product revenue of 40 billion, and Railtown's going to get a split on that. That's when you're going to see the price just change, essentially like a glitch in the matrix. Or it's like you're smacking your black and white TV, and all of a sudden it's a high definition color screen. Yeah, it sucks, Giuseppe. It absolutely sucks. Jack Hamill and Pete Greek, I had the same bad taste after the South Korean episode that never happened. Giuseppe, the heaviness is oppressive, burdensome, and suffocating. That, my friend, is the best quote of the night. The heaviness, it totally is. It's like the weather today when you get out into it in DC. It's awful. It's awful. And the only solution, it's one of the reasons I'm trying to have an alternative for a small bit of money just to distract. The only alternative is just not to look. Just not to look. The company's not going to go bankrupt. Well, you can't say never, I guess, but based on all the due diligence, the company is not going to go bankrupt. The company is not going to have to take a toxic financing. The company is not starting from scratch. Their product is finished. As from all indications, they're about, instead of going, 50,000 deal here, 10,000 deal there, 500,000 deal there, 5,000 there, 25,000 there, and doing it one at a time, they're going to be on the top of Tellus's funnel of all of Tellus's business, potentially millions, but let's say hundreds of thousands of users and revenue and clients all at once. But we have to wait on bloody Tellus. The ray of hope is data centers were announced last week and the week before, which had the name Hive, Buzz, and Bell Canada on it, with enormous GPUs and gigantic revenues at the base, the iron they call it, level. But the market didn't do anything to Railtown. And that's frustrating. But did that news not happen? Was that news not announced? No, the news was announced. And the evidence is there to put the pieces together. The evidence is there that Canada is putting all of Canada's AAA credit rating behind building out AI in Canada to be one of the top 3 world powers in AI and turn their raw material of energy into the finished product of AI. So to put it in simple terms, you could sell an MCF of gas for 50 cents, or you could sell it for $15. And the entire Canadian government, financial system, credit rating, borrowing power, population is 100% behind this sovereign AI Manhattan project. So you see the news on Buzz Hive, and you can say, well, it didn't affect the stock price of Railtown, so therefore nothing's happening. Well, yeah, you can say that. Or you can look at it and think, what the hell? Why didn't something happen? And it's because Railtown is, when you Google Railtown, it's not human beings doing it anymore. It's computers doing it on behalf of institutions, on behalf of wealth advisors, on behalf of research analysts, on behalf of trading desks, on behalf of venture capitalists, on behalf of the hyperscalers. And when they find the description of Railtown, it just sounds like another software startup company. And there's literally hundreds of them, probably thousands of them. And they all got the same come on. So Railtown doesn't pop up on anybody's radar screen, or at least anybody's radar screen that can do anything about it. I'm sure Railtown is on the radar screen of Mike Lazaridis and Doug Fragan. I'm sure Railtown is on the radar screen of Zaid Atufat Shamsi. I'm sure Railtown is on the radar screen of John Ruffalo and Mike Norbrega and Omers and Mavericks. But they can't do anything about it. They can't buy. So the stock price languishes. What we have, Giuseppe, all of us have, out of our experience, because we're all human, we all have the same electricity of human beings. What we saw with AME and GMC and then Finger and GTII and MMTLP, all the excitement, all the energy, all the rapid money on paper that we made, we've turned into short-term junkies. We need it right away. Now, I'm not trying to step back from the fact that I have been absolutely adamantly insisting that you have to be in Railtown, because I can't remember all the catalysts. Let's use that. I can't remember them all now, but I wasn't making it up. I wasn't just pulling a catalyst out of my nose. None of those things happen. None of those catalysts ever actually, well, some happen. For example, last couple of weeks, some major data centers under the Canadian sovereignty mantle were announced. Massive. But it didn't do anything to Railtown stock. Maybe you do know. I've tried to Google it. I've tried to search it. I have not found out in any of the news announcements or any of the discussion who is the orchestration framework layer at the Hive, Buzz, Bell Canada data centers. I haven't found it out. Maybe it's LangChain. Maybe it's Microsoft. Maybe it's Apple computer. Maybe it's Amazon. Maybe that's what it is. But it doesn't make any sense because that would be a violation of Canada's sovereign AI policy. That would be a violation of the funding being arranged in the background and the AAA financing backing of the Canadian government. It doesn't make any sense. Emotionally, it feels right, but it doesn't make any sense. So who is that layer? I can't think of anybody in Canada. Now, do I have a full suite of names? No, I don't. There's so many private companies. Maybe there is somebody else. But are there any other Canadian companies that started 7 years ago, went to Microsoft and said, hey, are you doing this? No, we're not. But it sounds great. Tell me about it. Well, this is that's blah 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 blah. That is fantastic. We would be interested. Well, if we build it, are you gonna build it yourself? Well, we've got so much to do. We're not doing that right now. Of course, maybe now that orchestration framework has become white hot, they are. Who knows? But at least back then, I tell you what. Why don't you write up a white paper, bring it to me. Let us see what we can do. Let's see what Microsoft can do to get you out of the gate. And guess what? That's what happened. That's 6-7 years ago. And every step of the way, Microsoft has been involved and interested. But I guess two things happened. One, the story started to get better and has only gotten better and better and better and better and better and better. And secondly, they went into a quiet period. You know, that quiet period has advantages to us too. The quiet period has advantages to shareholders. Why? Because Corey and Marwan and his team can actually be negotiating with more than one data center, more than one telecom, more than one country, more than one company under the quiet period, and they don't run the risk of having to tell the world what they're doing before they get it done, so that competition doesn't go and steal a contract. So there's benefits of the quiet period to us. And my guess is Corey's building a heck of a book. And we're going to be, I think that Railtown has the chance. Now, Giuseppe, I do admit that I'm probably being way too, my eyes are too greedy, and my upside is too humongous. But I've tested it, and I haven't found any credible reason to say that it won't happen. I haven't. But I'm always ready to find out, oh, I didn't think of that, or all Google had to do was set up a subsidiary in the Isle of Man and call it Flagle, and all of a sudden that's sovereign and it's neutral. I didn't think of that. I'm always ready for something to pop the story, but I haven't found it. So the quiet period, I think, is setting up. I just showed you verbally, but I think it's setting up that out of the gate, as the news starts opening up, and when I say out of the gate, more like a drawbridge going down, and then the first iron gate being pulled up, and then the second one, and then finally the big wooden doors of the castle are pulled open by a bunch of powerful men. I think it's, when I say out of the gate, I'm not saying in one day. I might be saying within 90 days. I might be saying within 4 months. But I think out of the gate, Railtown is going to have visible forward 12 months at some point, half a year or 2 years, 3 years later, of $2 billion in annual recurring revenue. $2 billion. So the quiet period has allowed Corey to build that business without having to blab it out in public filings and have competitors come steal it or badmouth it or otherwise destroy it. Also, the quiet period and the ostensible delay has allowed Railtown to integrate better with BlackBerry, Zaid, and the Canadian government. There's a lot of positives going on too. Just because we don't see it doesn't mean that the company isn't really getting the story, the narrative isn't getting really bigger. So there's a yin and a yang, there's a plus and a minus, there's the heads and the tails. And it is frustrating though, Giuseppe. But the price action has absolutely nothing to do with Railtown. And in fact, the news that was announced about TELUS, but just here recently, in a normal market where you had research analysts and you had retail brokers calling clients with ideas and you had a trading desk and you didn't have this high frequency crap and the stock loan desk, I tell you, that stock would be going up, and brokers would be saying, "What's going on? What's happened? Hey," and they'd call the analysts. And if you worked at Merrill Lynch, but the analyst was over at EF Hutton, you would call your friend that you might have trained with, who took a job at EF Hutton, and you would say, "Hey Ed, what's going on? Can you?" Well, we had a call about it this morning, and funny thing, I liked it, so let me check my notes. This is what our analyst said: 1, 2, and 3. Can you get me a copy of it? Yeah, I can't. We didn't have internet back then, but I can't, and we didn't have fax either. But I can't. I could mail it to you, but I can't bring it over to you. If you want, I can bring it with me when we play golf tomorrow. Or if you want to meet over at Duke Zebert's for happy hour, I'll get there around 5:30. I'll bring it to you then. That's how it used to work. None of that's going on right now. There's nobody, Giuseppe, connecting, other than Dr. Kaur. There's nobody connecting that Canada just finished its deadline for its sovereign funding of AI. Sovereign AI. Just finished it. June 1, 25 days ago. Just ended. No one's connecting that to that there's an announcement of Buzz, Fuzz, Hive, bzz, 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 Bell, Canada, data centers that are massive. Nobody's connecting it. Nobody. At least out in the open. Nobody that can buy the stock yet. Nobody yet. But it's huge. The revenues are huge. What the Hive, Bell, Canada, and it's going to be built out at the end of this year or by the beginning of next year. Sovereign AI. And it needs an orchestration framework. And you know what? It needs one from Canada. So no one's connecting it. But because of our experience with GTII, with BS, they're buying a Bitcoin, they're buying a law firm. It's all promotional crap to get the stock to go up. GDC, somebody put $1 billion worth of Bitcoin in a tiny little shell, just so you have a chance to make money. Really? Where can I send my money? Vocal, he has a warehouse of plump penthouse pets, nude, and it's going to be worth hundreds of millions of dollars. He found it in a squad that he bought at an auction. Wow, where can I sign up? G-Bucks, they've got an app. Really? They got an app? Yeah, it's an app. And what it does is if you use the app and it's a payment system, it sends money to charity. Wow, really? Yeah. And there's guys in Dubai investing. There's a billionaire, and they're gonna bring a gold company in, and they've got a biotech company coming in, and they've got treasury Bitcoin coming in, and they've got batteries coming in, and they've got what else is a buzz? Sydney Sweeney is gonna pose for them. What's another buzz we can throw in the story? Well, where can I sign up? So we've heard so many of these stories and we put money in them. The stocks go up, but we're so stuck. And me too. I'm not picking on anybody. The stock goes up, and what we're hearing is it's going to go to 3,000, or we're hearing it's going to go to 300. So we freeze. We don't do anything. And the systemic stealing from us, it doesn't commence, it continues. And so when we see Railtown, where we've done, Giuseppe, you've done so much due diligence. You have done an amazing amount of due diligence. Amazing. But when you see that you put all the pieces together, your brain's saying, huh? I don't get why it's not up. But your gut looking at the prices, oh, this is another ZJYO. It's not any of those stocks. It's none of those. There's no promotion going on. There's no press releases going out, even though the regulators made them restate a bunch of press releases. But remember, those same regulators mandated that any news had to be announced. So I look back on that. Those were not promotional press releases. They had to say that they signed an MOU or a LOI. and that there could be revenue. But I think this is what happened. Because of the quiet period, they never updated anybody. So they ran into that. But Railtown has not put out a press release that says, hey, we got Bitcoin in our treasury and it's worth $23 a share. They haven't done any of that promotional crap. That's one of your first clues. Even with the stock going down, they haven't done that. But secondly, like a perfect storm, this is why they're geniuses. They started early, and it's going to look like they got lucky, and it's an overnight success. But they really did a lot of planning and hard work. And they were ready. And when it hits, everybody's going to say, oh my gosh, how did that happen? But you know the story, Giuseppe, so you can buy the stock. Yes, it's, we've got 20 million shares, let's call it. It's 22, it's over that, but the arithmetic's easier with 20 million. And let's say everybody's average price is 50 cents. That's probably high, but let's say it. That's $10 million we have in the stock. It's down over 5 million. Everybody's down half their money. And it's awful. It's awful. But I don't think we're wrong in our due diligence. I don't think we're wrong in the pieces we've connected. And what you're about to see, we're not going to be wrong on the revenue. That's my opinion. But then your gut is saying, well, wait a minute. Why are they still selling the stock? They don't care. They're not doing any of that homework. They're not doing any of that because they're counting on their computers to harvest or to reap more pennies. And so far it's worked for a year and a half. They made a lot of money, in my opinion. But they're counting on their computers to quickly move, to jump upward, recognizing that, let's say, a Mavericks is buying, and then they'll start their parameters or their box, the bid and ask, at much higher levels, and they'll do while they're churning up in there. But the difference is going to be they're not going to be going up against scaredy cat retail. I consider myself that as well. They're going to be going up against people at Mavericks or Omers or Fidelity or at a private wealth group that does the due diligence you have already done. Only they have a little more access to the data. But they do it for a living and they are professionals at it, which means they got a lot of money and they can do more than one of these. But they're going to start buying. And the computers are going to recognize there's no down anymore. It's up. And they're going to do their games. But eventually, they may just say, you know what? Let's go do this to another. Let's go find some guys offshore that'll work with Univest and come up with a bloody, lying, manipulated story. But we'll pull it off and we can go take $100 million from retail in a news story. Let's get away from Railtown. I mean it, Giuseppe. I think Railtown's going to come out of the gate, and I've already described to you, it's going to be the gate might open right away, but there might be like Maxwell Smart. There might be a whole hallway of doors and gates opening. In other words, it might not be one day. It could be 3, 4, 5 months. But I think it's going to become evident that Railtown is going to do $2 billion in annual recurring revenue forward 12 months at a fairly tight future date, like exiting exiting 2027. And with that kind of revenue, the stock is going to be shockingly valuable. The enterprise is going to be billions, in my judgment. I've got to be on the alert that I am making some assumptions. And therefore, if Corey comes out and says, you know, we got a contract with the Great Lake Coal Company and the Trans-Canadian Busing Company, and we're hoping to get a contract with Manitoba Communications, and we're really exciting. Well, then I've been wrong on everything. But I don't think that's the case. I think everything's there for us to see, except the price. And you know what they want more than anything? They want us to blow out of it. They want us to dump 5 million shares and say, F this. I'm going to go listen to Ham's new idea, or I'm going to go listen to Tony the Tiger's trade on AME. And I understand Tolstoy King has COSM on his radar. I'm going to go over there. That's what they're counting on. But that's just emotionalism. And that's because we're watching the stock every day. Let me say it differently, Giuseppe. Your account is lying to you. The stock is mispriced. There's no price discovery going on. There's no perfect information being analyzed on a level playing field by motivated players with rules enforced, making independent judgments. There is no price discovery in Railtown shares. None. Now, there's apologists out there that'll say, well, it shouldn't be trading any higher. Corey's not telling anybody anything. That's not what's going on. It's very simple. Wall Street is set up so on any stock under $5 that needs capital, they can put a machine to work to strip the entire market cap. And they do it over and over and over again. It's just a fact. And we all know it now. We can't prove it because they do it in the dark. But I think I just named 20 companies. If we got together, we could probably name 50 that have all been destroyed by this. So we know it happens. That's what's happening with the stock. But they started it when the announcement was made in the headline, MOU, LOI in a few weeks. In the first paragraph, second paragraph, Canaccord Genuity, they started shorting it. But it wasn't a human being. It's a computer doing all that. A computer reading the news. A computer doing the selling. A computer having parameters and complicated algorithms. So they think they're not taking risk. And then they've got the derivative. They've got the stock loan desk. And they've got a buddy at Canaccord. So if they can drive the stock down, they can get a fail-safe, get out of jail free card via a toxic financing. They have it all set up, and all the probability is if they follow their playbook, they're going to win. They win 1,000 out of 1,001 times. I can't prove that, but that's what it is. And we're in that vast machine right now. But why are we still there? Because of the quiet period. So why does it keep going down? Because there's no buyers. There's no information. There's no price discovery. There's nobody studying the revenues. There's nobody studying the size of the market. there's nobody saying, now, wait a minute. They have TELUS, they have British Columbia Telecom, they have Hive, they have this and that, and they're sovereign, they're Swiss neutral, and it looks like Hive's bringing them into Sweden, and Hive's bringing them into Paraguay, and maybe there's some other interest out of Europe and out of the Middle East. Wait a minute, this is huge. I got to write a report. There's none of that we see. Doesn't mean it's not happening in the background. So we're in this uncomfortable situation where we're behaving, all of us are behaving like an institution. We're behaving like a private equity group. We've done massive due diligence. There's a little trust involved, trusting William, trusting some other smart people. But basically, we've backed up every single conclusion. We've tested every single hope, and we backed it all up with evidence. Is it perfect? No, it's not perfect because we don't have all that data yet. So as a private equity or a venture capital group, we're putting all the pieces together, and we're arguing, I would argue, that, it would be better if we had 12 of these, and they each had the same upside. But we don't. We're not that wealthy. We have one right now. I'm trying to talk to you all about a second one. But we've done the work. We have, I do anyway, a view of this tremendous upside, but then we can put a probability on it. And we've done all that, Giuseppe. What is the probability that the stock goes to $25 or $55 a share? Well, the higher the number, the lower the probability at this point. But if I had to guess, what's the odds of it going to $25 a share? I'd say 80%. What's the odds of it going to $55 a share? I'm tempted to say 75%, but let's say 65%. I'm doing it off my head. Normally, I'd have a sheet of paper and calculate it, have a list of reasons. Some you can verify, others are a gut, and I would carry it all the way out. But anyway, I'm doing it right now off the top of my head. I'd say 65% that it goes to 55. What are the odds that Railtown goes to $5? The probabilities. I would put it at 99%. What are the odds that Railtown goes to anywhere between $8 and $12 a share? I would put it at 95%. So then you look at it the other side. What are the odds that Railtown is going to go bankrupt? I would say 1%, 0.5%. What are the odds that Railtown is going to need toxic financing soon or ever? I would say 0%, 0.00000000001%. It's never going to happen. They don't need the money. My confidence is buttressed. They've got two of Canada's top billionaires on their shareholder roll. I don't think they're going to need money from a toxic lender. What are the odds that somebody beats Railtown to the technology and that Railtown is blown out of the water and they took too long and they wasted their opportunity and some upstart is going to steal all the glory? What are the odds of that? I think you have to be cognizant that technology has that kind of risk parameter. So I will put some odds that that could happen. But I don't think I have the basis to come up with even an accurate number. But I would put it at 20%. 20%. I don't think it's going to happen. Let me ask it differently. If somebody beats Railtown to the market, or if somebody comes up with a similar mousetrap, will it destroy Railtown's upside potential? I would say it would on the extreme, but I don't think it destroys the upside potential of Railtown. Why? Because the market is so big, there's room for probably at least half a dozen, maybe a dozen of these type companies, all doing huge revenues. So I don't, even if Railtown gets beaten because of these seeming delays, I don't think it's going to materially change our upside. So if I put it that way, what are the odds that somebody bolts past Railtown and crushes our potential for upside because they do that? I think it's very low, 1%, 2%. It's just such a huge market. There's room for many. All right, so then what are the risks that TELUS takes forever, or that the bureaucracies around these big contracts take forever, or attorneys hold everything up? Well, we've experienced that, so we've got to acknowledge that. I think when you're dealing with law firms, when you're dealing with a bureaucracy, career risk comes in, and I think the odds of that delaying everything, I think it's 90%. It's terrible. So then you ask the question, well, have we experienced all of the delays that we feel that they are delays? I'd say, yeah, I think we've already experienced most of it. So what does that mean for the stock price of Railtown right now? Well, they got it to 22 cents. They got it under 22 cents. They did it. And they got to feel good about it. They're probably high-fiving. But on the other hand, they might just be going home and walking the dog, because they do this to every company out there. This is systemic. It's a systematic destruction of our retail accounts. There is no price discovery. So what's going to happen now? Well, tell me when the information starts, because I don't know. But when the information starts to flow, that's when price discovery begins. And I think the first information out of the gate, I don't think it's going to be news releases. I think it's going to be information that they can unzip their mouth. The NDA at least on one or two deals, is moot. That's when it starts. When analysts can start asking questions, when analysts can write reports, when internal analysts at say a IBM can start looking at it, or at a Mavericks. Once true price discovery can begin, which means information that everybody sees, and these big buyers whose hands are tied by securities laws right now, they're untied. So there's real price discovery. I think the stock's $23, $25. That's my prediction now. I used to be, 5, 8, 12. I think $25. And how long? I don't know. It could be in the space of a few weeks or a few months, but I don't think it'll take very long. So when does the information start? I don't know that either. But I assume that the Lutnick unbelievable withdrawing the usage of Claude and Anthropic probably started an all hands on deck crisis in Canada, and it may have caused a further quiet period. And it may have, we've got to do something about this. And there may be a lot of late night meetings at whatever street the prime minister lives on. And, there may have been a delay. But if I had to guess, I think TELUS will announce something about their data center in the second week of July. And if that happens, I think you're going to start seeing slowly the peeling away of NDAs. My opinion, Giuseppe, the news that came out of BuzzHive, BCE, and whatever the other name was, I think that's already news that's come out. That's already has a tremendous impact on the share price of Railtown, but it just hasn't happened yet. My opinion, the news already started, but I can't prove it to you. I can't prove it to you. But that's my opinion. I think those data centers that were announced over the last 2 weeks, massive for Railtown. But the stock doesn't reflect it. So what would an institution do? They'd buy more. They'd buy more. And that's what I think we need to be doing with Railtown. But Giuseppe, I think you've summarized it very well. Their goal is to get the price down so that Railtown has to go take toxic financing from whoever is the gatekeeper of that at Canaccord Genuity, for example. That's their goal. And it's horrible. Chuck Dunno. Hey, William, GTII and Finger looking good? You think so? I got called an idiot by Ham, and I don't think he'll ever be speaking to me again. And I did it last year. Last year he said I had my head up my ass. But when Finger was 550 and 650 even, in that range, I told people to sell it, get out, sell calls. The advice was to buy calls. I said, take your money off. This contract, the C command and control contract, it's obviously not what it was made out to be. There was only $100,000 on that quarter's books for this big contract. And I pointed out to everybody that the financing, which I think he needed to do, but the financing, $5 million that he did with Univest or Roth, I can't remember now, in December, 2 Decembers ago, he had no choice. I don't think it was toxic. I don't remember the details, but it was a huge discount and it had a lot of warrants. So maybe there was an aspect in there of a new method of being toxic, but I don't think it really was. But it was painful. I found out, I can't prove it, but the Anson funds took something like 80 or 90% of that deal. It was, anyway, year and a half ago, if people listened to me, if they did, they saved a lot of money in Finger. And so there was one woman who had 1,000 shares of Finger. I don't know what the price was, but I think it was in that 550 range. And I suggested to her a year ago, why don't you sell your Finger? I said, I can't give you personal advice, but if it were me, sell your Finger and buy Railtown. Now, Railtown at the time was 40 cents, 38 cents. I have it in a notebook somewhere. I wrote it down. But she could essentially buy 12,000 shares of Railtown for her 1,000 Finger motion at that time. Finger motion. 12,000 shares. Now, it's true that she would be down essentially half, 40%, 50% of her paper value of those 12,000 shares, but they didn't expire. They didn't go to zero. They're not being attacked by that 1-2 billion shares a day attempt to get it down to seller boxed. So I would argue there's no Anson fund trying to steal the entire market cap or cover up for their previous attempt to steal the market cap of Railtown. There is at Finger Motion. So anyway, I've been very negative on Finger Motion's stock price trajectory for about a year and a half. I did say in January last year that there was a trade, and I called it almost exactly. And so there was a trade to be made in Finger. And so, Chuck, as you know by now, that when a guy like Ham or Frank Benedetto or Dan Borders or even a Tony Tiger comes out, or maybe some of these other day traders comes out and says, hey, this stock, this, and this is going to go. You use your own judgment, Chuck, and you go, well, it's at a low price now. It's about as low as it can be. And I know that Ham, for example, talks to 1,000 people a day. Borders got some people. If they all get on board, it's going to go up. Now, if Ham's saying it's going to go to 3,000, I'm going to blame that on William in a complete non sequitur. But if Ham's saying it's going to 3,000 because there's 300 million shares in a short squeeze, whether he knows it or not, that's probably not going to happen. But he would tell you I have my head up my ass. But so what you do, there's a woman that used to talk to Ham every day, 5 times a day. Now she talks to someone else. but she listens to Ham. She is a disciplined trainer. She doesn't blame Ham. She doesn't blame William. She knows the mechanics. Ham, Dan, Tony, fill in the name. They're going to pump the stock for whatever reasons. It might be good reasons. It might be because they're paid to do so. I'm not trying to cast any aspersions. I just saying that mechanically, they're going to talk the stock up. And as retail comes in and buying, retail's buying the idea in the case of Finger that it's going to go to 3,000 in a massive short squeeze. Well, this woman, she knows that a lot of Chuck Denials are going to come along and say, wow, I could go to 3,000. Or Williams 4 years ago, comparing it to other squeezes, and I always said if there's a buy-in, if there's a squeeze, recognized, drew some charts that it could go to these big high numbers. But of course, the idea is to take money off on the way up, to put out different sell orders. But with Finger, the stock went, I don't know when you got involved, Finger went from about 20 cents to $17. That was a great run for people to make money. This woman, she sold. She didn't believe, she didn't hang. You know, if she missed the move, the one short squeeze move to 3,000, she wasn't going to let it bother her. She got 3, 5, 6, 7 times on her money. She took it. And then she's listening for the next story. Or the next time Finger Motion goes back down, Finger Motion came back down to 80 cents or something. And then it ran to $2 to $4. And then in one swoosh, it went to $8 or $9. She got out because she's disciplined. And she recognizes if she gets 3, 4, 5 times her money, that's a hell of a trade. And that the idea that it's going to go in a squeeze to 3,000 is preposterous. So she takes her money, she gets out because she's a trader. And Chuck, I've told people here many times, not recently, that what the best thing to do is write down why you got into a trade. So if you bought Finger Motion at $2 and you got into it for a trade, write it down. And then put the time frame. And then if your reason is your goal is 3,000, I guess you write that down, even though it seems preposterous, but you write 3,000 because of short squeeze. So then a month later, you look at the reason you got in it. You got in it for a short squeeze. Well, what changed? What changed? Well, over the 3 or 4 years, a lot of things changed. The stock went up, came back, went up, came back, went up, came back. But revenue never went up, really. They continue to lose money. Our relationship with China went down. And runs at a squeeze happened 3 or 4 or 5 times, and they never caught. So you look at your notes and you say, well, I got in it for a short squeeze, but realistically, a squeeze didn't happen. It's probably not going to happen. So now it's a trade. So then you look at it, it didn't work. I got greedy. I could have gotten out at 8, could have gotten out at 4, could have gotten out at 2. And William, by the way, was telling you to do that. I don't know about the 8. I could have traded it like this woman does. It goes up, I get out, come back in. But I didn't. I just hung on. I'm going to blame William. But the key fundamental change for me on finger motion was that when they got that C2 contract, it was a pretty exciting concept. They borrowed $5 million. They already built out, like, I don't know, a handful of cars the year prior. Not the full year, like in September. But they took the financing, and it should have set up a massive amount of these automobiles, or these SUVs, or these trucks, or these vans, and with the satellite being created. Well, that should show up in their revenue, and it should show up in announcements, but it never did. And so after he took that financing, in about March, he took another financing with shareholders, and they all did it underneath. And then the May, I think it was May, earnings came out. So I guess that was the annual report, but I think they're on a shift. So it was their second quarter report. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The management discussion came out and the revenues came out. They had an opportunity to take more money before that and just after, when the stock was $550, $350, from Roth or Univest. I don't know if they asked, but they could have done it again. They didn't. They didn't go get another $5 million. If I had this great contract, I would have taken the first $5 million and built out the automobiles. And then I would, once that's done, I would have gone and raised more money to do it again, so that every quarter I was rolling profits and revenues from building these and selling them. They had about a 9-month lag. And that's what I would, but they didn't do that. They didn't do that. So that either said to me that he's an accountant and he's not willing to take a bold bet on this contract and on his company's ability to perform, or that contract isn't really worth what they're saying it was. So that was at that, and I came out and I made that case repeatedly. And since then, I've been very nonplussed by finger motion. I don't think there's upside in the stock. I don't think the management thinks broadly enough about how to deploy capital. I don't think there's a surprise coming anywhere. And in the meantime, they're in a highly competitive business with a 3% margin. I've been quite negative, I guess you would say, on the prospects for Finger for quite a while. Now, if you had listened to me with some of my trading recommendations on it, you could have made money. But it wasn't my focus. It wasn't my focus. So I don't think Finger is looking good. I think Finger is 43 cents. It's up 0.0186 right now. So I guess that's what you're referring to. It's in the green. It's at 43.86. I would take that stock today, 1,000 shares of finger motion would buy you 2,000, almost 2,000 shares of Railtown. Not 12,000, but I would do that all day long. I think finger motion is headed to 20 cents, maybe it gets to 30 cents first, but 20 cents. And I think it's ultimately headed to zero. I think Finger's headed to zero. Essentially zero for our purposes. Why? Because I think Finger is Martin Shen, even though he signed a toxic convertible note with Lind Partners, and then he had to hire Wes Christensen. Ham introduced him to Wes Christensen, by the way. He had to hire Wes Christensen to fight Lind Partners, and Ham found an investor. Ham was working for shareholders. Ham found an investor to buy out that whole toxic mess that Lind Partners got him into. And I think it was Anson Funds doing the shorting and providing the capital. Can't prove it. Despite having to do that, to buy it all back and fight in court and going through literal trouble for that, Martin Shen just signed a toxic convertible note. And I studied that note in depth, and I've been studying it. One of my audience members here, good person, asked me, I think 2 Thursdays ago, is finger motion going to $5 like Ham says? And I answered it. I said, no, it's not. They did a toxic financing, but I didn't know all the details. And the stock at that time was $1.15, $1.16. And I promised her that I would look into it. So I did. And I did a video as I walked down to the mall. It might have been 3 weeks ago. I can't remember. And I followed up with a detailed explanation here. And that caused Ham to let me know that I'm a fucking idiot. So there you go. That's how I see finger motion right now. I think you should sell it. I think anytime it's green, it's an illusion. I don't think there's any way out. There's no fraud here. Martin Shen knew exactly what he was signing. There's no big rescue contract. There's no floor. It was represented that the number of shares were capped. That's not true. There's some steps in it, but it's simply not true. And there's a 6-month reset in that contract. So that's why I think it's going to 20 cents. And then they'll reset it and it'll go down to a penny. And then they'll do a reverse split. And for our purposes, it's essentially zero. It'll be 0.0000. That's where finger motion is headed. So I don't think it's looking good. I guess it looks good to you that it's in the green. On GTII, I really don't want to look at that, but I guess it's flat. It's 1 penny. Now, I've been negative on GTII since I think 3 Augusts ago. And it was never my recommendation, although I did talk about, I had Ham on here all the time. So if you conflate us, okay. But I also talked about what if there's a squeeze. I got excited. I met with Jeremy Frommer. And I got excited about the idea that he becomes CEO, and you know, all that sounded good. I liked all the tricks. They were tricks that the company came up with to try to trip up uh, the shorts. But I think a lot of it was just BS. I think the law firm was a complete joke, and it was some friend of a guy down in Puerto Rico. It is never going to happen. But I didn't know that. None of us knew it. It was represented to us differently. I think the Trento mines, I did a lot of work on the Trento mines, but I could never quite get comfortable with the geology report and with how is this, all of these assets, how are they going to be controlled, and the strategy. I, I, I spent a lot of time on it. I liked the projects. I liked the guy heading it up, but he brought someone on his team that I really believed worked for the shorts. I don't think he did it on purpose, but I didn't think Trento Mines was going to work, and I made that clear to them. But I think he was. I still like the guy. I hope to see him again. I don't know. Do we have to go through every trick? Jeremy blew up the deal of being bought out by asking for $5 and $3. Is that my fault, Chuck? No. And so I lost money in both, but a lot of money. But that August, I was asked to be CEO kind of indirectly, not formally. And I thought about it. I said, okay, I'll do it. And I know what I would have done. But what they did instead is get this receiver who I think works for the shorts too. And he's a very anal retentive guy. But I met him in a different way. And he's very expensive. Well, you can at least say that. So I started telling people, I thought I was being pretty clear that you should take your losses in GTII and get into, well, I picked Logic, which in the end, the CEO of Logic and the CEO at Collective Audience were in the thrall of Aubrey Advisors and Chevron Financial, who I think are just as bad as Lynn Partners and Anson Funds. But they signed a bad deal. And I made it clear. I fought it. It was very uncomfortable. I wrote emails. I got on conference calls. The guy that used to be high up at the American Stock Exchange kind of did a tattletale email to everybody on me, saying, you know, you can't listen to him, and blah, blah, blah. He works with, the guy hates him. He works with, you know, it's one of those things. And so it was very tough to fight, but I did fight it, but I got nowhere. And they signed bad deals. And I guess you blame it on me that the CEOs signed bad deals. Well, that's fine. I can't control what a CEO does. But I can tell you, Chuck, you write down why you got in an investment and you write the reasons down. As things change, you make a new decision. And with GTII, I told everybody the Reichman is getting involved. And I don't trust it. I didn't use those words. And it turned out my instinct was right. But I don't think people heard it exactly because I was also talking about other things too. So this time with Railtown, I've tried to focus only on Railtown so everyone is clear where I stand. But I think GTII got into the hands of this receiver who settled, I think, is working, whether he knows it or not. I think he knows it. He's working with the shorts to clean up all those FTDs, and they put it through receivership. And I made it clear to everybody here. Richard Hoffman came on here last time I ever talked to him. He was furious with me that I was saying that the receiver was expensive. He was absolutely furious that he was taking this and that and that. I think, in fairness to Richard Hoffman, once he studies it, I think he probably agrees with my original stance now. But what the idea was GTII, another manipulation. We're going to bring this guy that golfs down in Dorado Beach, and he's got it. What? He's got an app. Wow. All right. So he's going to be the CEO. He's going to come into GTII. The whale's going to put up the money for the receiver and for the attorneys. That the attorneys and the detectives are going to do all the work. The receiver's going to take shares for it, even though the others are doing the work. And then he's going to own, I don't know, 15, 20% of GTII for his work and his risk. Joke, as far as I'm concerned. But he did that. So then the shell, just like I predicted, the CEO gets on all the conference calls. He gets everybody's name. He has access to everybody out there. But lo and behold, the CEO looks at the shell because one of the ideas is the shell is going to have these shorts in it, and it's going to squeeze, or it's going to go up, and we can use that money to fund this and that. But just like I said, once it goes through the receivership, I'm not a lawyer, but nobody's going to let that obligation remain. And lo and behold, also I said, what the receiver's charging is too expensive, 15, 20% of the company. The CEO can go get a different shell much less expensively and better and without all the hair on it. Well, that all came to pass. So what you have, Chuck, and I still own GTII, unfortunately, because I couldn't get out of it, and I lost money in it, and I was never paid by GTII anything. You have a shell. I think it's a very expensive shell. I think anything that he does good work, but I think he overrates his value. And if you get involved in GTII or any shell that he's working with, he takes an enormous amount, and then the investor is going to take, obviously deserves a big amount. There's very little left. So if something came into GTII, what's going to be left for you as a shareholder, Chuck, is a crammed down. My guess is, I've given this arithmetic over and over again. The receiver, let's say, takes 20% by the time it's done. So any shareholders are crammed down to 80%. Collectively, the shareholders are crammed down to 80%, including Reichman and everybody, because the receiver took 20%. And then the new guy needs to roll his company in, which is an app competing with every other financial services app, but it had revenue. He's going to come in and say, well, I want 95% of the shell. And of course, the negotiation is going to come back, well, we'll give you 85%. Maybe it settles on 90%, or maybe it's 95, but let's say it settles on 90%. So the shareholders of GTII get 10% of the new co minus 20%. So they get 8% of the new co. the existing shareholders. But then you've got to take care of the whales that put up all the money for the lawyers and carrying the company and the detectives and for the receiver and for the court fees. The whales are in both, probably in the new company, but they're also in the GTII part. So they probably take another 20-30% of the company. Let's call it 50. Let's just call it 5%. No, that's too little. Let's call it 15%. Call it 15%. So in the best scenario, when a new company comes into GTII, the shareholders, the current block of shareholders, are left with maybe 6.5% of NewCo before they raise money. And then they go out and raise money. And if obviously at that time, you can read the prospectus and you can make a new decision on the NewCo to invest in it under the prospectus. And I've told everyone that's the only time to waste your time looking at GTII. But assuming you don't put up any more money, the current shareholders probably, it's another third off of it. So I would say the best that the current shareholders in GTII would be represented by in the NewCo is maybe 3.5% of the NewCo. They'd be crammed down. They'd have smaller ownership or equal ownership almost of the receiver. So it's a bad, I don't know what you're talking about here because the stock's flat, but I wouldn't touch GTII. It's not going to squeeze. And it's not going up. Anything going up would be just a short-term trade, but you'll be out on your motorcycle and you'll miss it. The key is, if you're really interested and you still have some shares, you'll get a prospectus. You look at whatever the new company coming in at some point, if it ever happens, and you make a decision if you want to invest based on a new prospectus. My belief is you completely write it off. You can tune into Richard Hoffman, who I think does a yeoman's job of keeping people informed, using his skills as an attorney. I'm not an attorney. Explaining what's happening. And you can get your daily or weekly dose of GTII there. I think Richard Hoffman does an amazing, selfless job of telling you about what's going on in GTII. But I wouldn't touch it with your money. You should sell GTII if you can. And if you still have it, just like I still have shares, nothing to be done. Just write it off. On Finger, that you should sell. I don't know if you have it, Chuck, but if you have Finger Motion, I'm going to write it down right now that I recommend it. I can't advise you, but I recommend it to Chuck Donau. We'll put it down in writing right now since you brought it up. You think Finger's doing a good job? It's 43.86 at the close. So let's 43.86. I'm going to tell you to sell your Finger Motion as an idea, as my opinion, and buy Railtown. Railtown closed at $23.99. And let me just see how many shares that is. That's 0.4386. Obviously, it could change on Monday. 0.2399. You can buy 1.828 1.828 shares of Railtown, 1 share of Finger. And we'll see how that looks. I know you won't do it because you're gonna suck your thumb on your losses and blame me. But I don't think you should do that. I really think, Chuck, you should. I I don't know if you can sell Finger GTII, but you should sell Finger. You should sell any of the other junk, high risk, speculative stocks that you've been involved in, all of them. And you should buy Railtown right now. And I'll use Finger as the benchmark, and we'll see what happens. I think you can make back, Chuck, rather than being pissed off. I think I'll show it to you because I don't know if you're paying attention, but I'll show it to you. But the thing is, you got to stop listening to Ham on Finger. You know, but you won't. So, and you'll blame me, but you'll listen to Ham. You got to stop. It's not that there's anything wrong with Ham. You just got to get away from the sickness of day trading and manipulated stocks and hoping for 500% in a day. You just got, that's a sickness. We all had it for a while. It's a virus. It goes around like the flu. You got to get away from it. But let's say, Chuck, that your anger at me on Finger and GTII means that you lost 100,000 in both. So let's say you lost $200,000 in Finger and GTII. Let's say that. Well, to make it back, now you may not agree with my target of $25 on Railtown. You may not agree with my $10 target on Railtown. You may not agree with my $5 target on Railtown. But I think a reasonable target for you to aim for is $2.50. So if you have a loss of $200,000, you need 80,000 shares of Railtown if you believe it's only going to go to 250. So how much would 80,000 shares of Railtown cost you right now? It cost you, using this number, $23.99. Cost you 20 grand. It costs you 20 grand right now to buy 80,000 Railtown. Obviously, if you're willing to assume Railtown goes to $5, you only got to buy 40 grand right now, and it's 10,000. But I'm assuming you're going to be very negative on the upside. So you buy 20,000. Where do you get the money? Not out of your CDs, not out of your annuity. You get that money by selling your high-risk speculative stocks, all these names. So now you need to get $220,000 to break even with 80,000 shares. That means when Railtown goes to $2.75, you're in the green on all your losses on GTII and Finger and you get to take your losses on your taxes, and you're in the green on the shares you bought of Railtown. Now, if your mindset is still that you need to day trade and you just want to get your money back, you're going to probably sell at $2.75, $3. But I will tell you right here that I fully expect, I don't know in what time frame, I fully expect Railtown, if a number of these link ups are true, to go to $25 and reasonably stay there. You're not talking about hot money. You're not talking about it collapsing to a penny. And if that happens, I think your 80,000 shares would be worth $2 million. Now, that's not a promise, that's a prediction, but I think your 80,000 shares would be worth $2 million. So that's what I recommend, Chuck. Rather than being angry about Ham stock, anybody you can talk to, Ham's been promoting Finger for a decade. That's Ham stock. GTII, that was Ham stock through this guy who called up and said, you know, I'm friends with Reichman and this guy, and they took this note, and it was a way of trying to make some money. Well, I didn't find it. And I always said it was a POS stock, by the way. It's just a short squeeze play. And that's what I'm telling you, Chuck. We have to get away from these manipulated stocks that are trying to become a short squeeze. We just have to get away from them. Unfortunately, the mechanics of the crushing is in action on Railtown right now. But that gives you a chance, Chuck, to buy 80,000 shares for 20 grand. You can buy 80,000 shares for 20 grand that I think has every probability of making you worth $2 million, rather than coming on and carrying anger and it just eats you alive. Why don't you come over to the optimist side and buy Railtown? 80,000 shares cost you 20 grand. And I think it'll be 2 million. And that's the starting point, by the way. That's not the end point. Obviously, that's not a promise, that's a prediction. And obviously, we have to be aware as things change. I've put everything in evidence. I think everybody here knows the theories and the due diligence. But if a piece of evidence comes up that changes the story, we change it and we'll blame it all on Ham. We'll call him up and we'll get angry at him for Railtown. He had nothing to do with Railtown. That's how I feel like when you call me up and blame me for Finger or GTII. I had a bit because Ham was here, always talking about it. Also, I got really involved in the stories, and there were trades there. There were trades there, but most people didn't take advantage of the trades. I didn't. So I'm just like most people. But I guess you would rather be angry and play a victim than maybe you're really lucky. Maybe your anger has put you in a position now that unfortunately, most of these stocks are just crushed, but you could clear out your bucket of high-risk stocks and go into Railtown while it's priced like a high-risk stock or that it's going to be seller boxed. You could get out of it and experience this 100x that I think is the most probable first measurable move in Railtown. But I don't know. You can wallow in sarcasm and trying to blame others. Trading is not easy. Investing is not easy, and that's my strongest recommendation, is to get away from these charm boys that make it sound easy. All of the stocks they recommend are manipulated. All of them have Wall Street's machinery behind them to strip you of your money. Now, you can make money if you're disciplined. What you have to do is listen early, get to know the quirks of the people talking to you, get in early. You might have to wait. Let them pump the stock, and you dump it when you make 100%, when you make 50%, when you make 4x, you dump it. Don't believe the upside. The upside is to get the hype going so the machines can strip retail's money for the hedge funds, for the market makers, for the people offshore. So Donna M, hello everyone. Jack Hamilton, hey Donna, better days to come. Donna M, hey Jack, congrats. There's G Diddy. Hello, William and fellow Railtowners. I couldn't help but take advantage. Yay! I added another 5 for, that's great, for 25. That is great. I love it. I got to write that down. I think I have I do have your email now. I wonder why I'm saying I think I do. I'll send you the research on, I'll send you this research on Atrium, from Atrium. Price target 60 cents Canadian, but it's a big one, but I'll send it to you. I should have done that the other day. That's great. 25,000. TTTMF. What I think that's going to do, G Diddy, maybe next week, but maybe the following week, they're going to announce and start their new drilling program. I think it's going to give you a chance to sell 10,000 at 40 to 50 cents and hold the rest. I think it's a brilliant strategy. Good for you, G Diddy. That's great news. Donna M, Railtown is the first stock I've owned I've never worried about. That's priceless to me. Awesome, Donna. See, Donna's the leader here. For a lot of people have built up their position to 100,000 shares or better. But even 5,000 shares or 2,000 shares, people are going to really feel the reward. I hope everyone's hearing what I'm saying. It may be that I'm premature. It may be that I'm my eyes are bigger than my plate, or my plate, or whatever the saying is. But I really think because of the buildup of business in Railtown, you're going to look at 100x. The problem is, I don't know when. G Diddy is pointing out the total metals. I think you can, like he did. He bought 25,000 at roughly 20 cents. That's $5,000. He puts in $5,000 in this, and I really do think he'll have a chance selling $10,000 of getting his original, close to his original money out. I think he'll have that chance when the new drilling program is announced, which it should be in the next 2 or 3 weeks. And I think just all the excitement is going to get the stock up to 40, 50 cents. He can sell 10,000 shares of Total Metals, keep 15,000 shares. He's got essentially his original money back. He could put it in Railtown. He could hold it, pay a bill with it. But then the 15,000 shares of Total Metals that are left, I think the trajectory is this. They're still waiting on results for 15 of the 25 wells they drilled in the beginning of the year. I think with good news, that could have a good impact. Well, you never know. Some of it's this VMS stuff. One drill bit could make it this great story. That's the exciting thing about these mining stocks, particularly in VMS deposits. If they hit the mother lode, oh my gosh. But ignoring that, I'm not calling for that. These 15 additional results will come in soon. We already know they found a hanging wall of copper. So I think that's going to increase this 60-cent target just from that. That's the drilling at the beginning of the year. I think the key thing about it is it gives confidence to the analysts that there is something there. He gave really low prices for their indicated reserves in his analysis. I want to say he put $9 for gold an ounce, which is ridiculous. But I mean, I'm not saying he's being ridiculous. It's just ridiculously low. He has his reasons. But as these results come in, I think just re-rating it to $50 an ounce will bring this price higher. So that's number one. Number two, when the drilling of this next drill program comes in across all the rest of their properties, and gold is the big target, I think it will take somewhere between 4 and 6 weeks, if nothing bad happens, from the drilling starting to completion and analysis. So basically, I think you're looking at August, but to be safe, plan on the middle of September. And I think any good news will filter out before. It's just how it happens. Even as tight as management keeps their lips, the people doing the work, they have beers down at the local, the local watering hole, and things, people read each other's body language. So the results from this second drilling program, I think, can change the company. And I think it can be very exciting. And those results might be known in September. So let me go back to G. Diddy's example. If he has 15,000 shares at that point, and let's say the stock, for some reason, with great news, goes to $1 or $1.50 or even $2, we know there's going to be a financing. We know there's volatility. So maybe he sells 5,000 shares at $1, and he takes I wouldn't myself, because I'm going to give you the third thing to look forward to. But maybe he takes a profit. He already took his money off. Maybe he takes a profit off, and he's left with 10,000 shares. So what are you waiting for then? What I think is going to happen, and there's a lot of information to be filled out, but I think that either the company or the main gold project is going to be bought out by this major who owns, I think, 85% of the acreage around this project. And why would that happen? Because they're going to spend money on I assume, a production of facility and uh, a mining effort. So they're going to want as much as they can before then. They've probably bought up the rest of it relatively inexpensively. They can afford to go ahead and pay the nice price for the company if the results are there. I don't know what that number is, but I think it'll at least be in the dollars. But my gut tells me if it's bought out, it's actually going to be in the tens and $15, maybe even the $20 range. So in a buyout, I think this has, and I don't have as much familiarity with all the data, and I'm trying to get an interview, but I think this has, if everything goes well, 100% upside as well. However, my strategy is different. Just like G. Diddy said, you buy total metals now at 20 cents. And when it doubles, or maybe a little more than doubles, or maybe, if you buy it at 20, when it goes to 45 or 50, you sell 10,000 in his case of 25,000 shares, you sell roughly 30-40%, and you get your money back. That's a good strategy here, because the variables, they are going to be subject to the same heaviness, the same strip mining of retail that goes on without there. It's just machines. So you have that. They're going to raise money. I don't think it'll be toxic. I'm highly sure it won't be toxic. And I think the buyout is going to be incredible. So I would, it's going to be volatile. When everybody's enthusiastic about the drilling program, they buy in. But then there's the inevitable time when they stop buying because they ran out of money, and the machines come back, and maybe the drilling takes a little longer, or maybe the machines get the price down and everyone's discouraged, and maybe some people are selling. So that's why I think G. Diddy's strategy uh, of buying 5,000 TTMF today for a total of 25, and then he has the strategy of selling 10,000 somewhere between 40 and 50 cents. I think it makes sense. It might go higher, but I think that makes sense. And then holding the rest for the buyout is fantastic. I think that's fantastic. All right, so G. Diddy also picked up 18,000 Railtown. That's awesome. Combined shares across all accounts puts me at over 1 million. He's probably asleep or out with pickles. But I bet Ward is reading that and saying, if I waited, I could have bought 1 million shares myself. Or if I had sold Soundhound, or if I don't know. I bet Ward's getting competitive. That's great, G. Diddy. 1 million shares is awesome. And I think your strategy on Total Metals is going to be rewarded. Pat M. Oh my gosh, Diddy, G. Diddy, you are gutsy. To all of us, I truly pray this one is the one we win. I'm heavily in RT, and it makes me a tad nervous, but I'm holding. Well, Pat, I think my emotionalism sometimes is not helpful, and for that I apologize. And I hope it's not giving you fear. I'm going to show you some due diligence I did today. Remember the system, the machines, they want you fearful and nervous so that when the stock goes to 3, you sell. And my job, I hope, is going to keep you from doing that. But Railtown at 24 cents, and today it was 22 cents, which when we are honest with ourselves, that's what the chart showed as a spike. And I think I even pointed it out quietly. I didn't want to emphasize it a handful of times that on the chart, it had been to 22, and that's what they could try to spike it to. It has nothing to do with the fundamentals, nothing. And I know it's hard to believe. And I caution that my big numbers, you can listen to my big numbers, and you can say to yourself, he's out of his mind. He's he's got gold rush fever. And I wouldn't be upset with that because admittedly, I'm targeting a huge leap in revenues. But I would caution you that I don't think I'm out of my mind, and that I think the revenues could ultimately be multiples higher. So, but anyway, I wouldn't blame you for wondering how I could be telling you that a 24-cent stock could go to $24 in the near horizon. I'm not picking $24 out of my head. I'll show you in a second. The numbers I did earlier, I took the logical 8x revenue. First I took the iron revenue, and I cut that back by $1 million, and then I got it up to, I guess the 8x was 40 million, and we did 20% of that, or 15. I did 15, not 20. That's how I risked that. Normally I take 20. I took 15 of that. And then I did, instead of 35x or 30x, I don't remember right now, but I have an example we can go over. I either used 15 or 20. I think I used 15x. And then we got some number like $100 and some a share, or it's 80, whatever I got up with. But I chopped that by two. I chopped by 2/3 twice. I chopped the big revenue number. I remember was like $6 billion a year. With doing the first calculation for Railtown, I chopped that by 2/3. I only used 2 billion, so I already chopped that down. And then I took that number and chopped that down by 2/3 to get to a roughly 20-some dollar number. So I didn't come from it by looking at the stock and saying, hey, it can go to up 100x. I actually took it by using the revenue numbers that are out publicly, expanding them by this 8x factor. That's what when you go from the hard compute rental to the improved product compute rental, that seems to be the standard according to AI. And then I came up with those numbers, and I risked them. And that's how I came up with this target. And the reason, Pat, I think it can go to $24, $25 fairly quickly is because I think the contracts and the story and the revenues are building up like a pressure cooker. All of this silence isn't, to me, saying there's something wrong. I think you're going to see a coordinated Canada government, finance, and industry effort to get the sovereign AI story out there, gangbusters. And I think Railtown's in the heart of it. That's my belief. Now, if you're feeling nervous, there's probably only two things you should be nervous about. One is, will Railtown take toxic financing? And we did the calculation the other day. They have enough money for this quarter, and they're going to bring in, for the second quarter, which we saw the first quarter, and they're going to bring in enough money. So it looks like they have plenty of money for the third quarter. But you're right to worry that the heaviness was the scheme is to try to get it down so those warrants aren't exercised. So maybe some of those warrants were not exercised. So maybe they won't bring in almost $1 million. Maybe it'll be 700,000. I think it's still enough money to get through the third quarter and probably into the fourth quarter. There aren't any more warrants or any significant warrants to be exercised. But you are right, Pat, if you're nervous about will they run out of cash and will they have to do some sort of equity raise, maybe in the fourth quarter, it's a fair point. But what I offset that with, Pat, is they have enough money from the public records. We went through it for the second quarter. And so it looks like when the second quarter numbers are announced, they may have something in the range of $2.5 million. Now, I did the arithmetic with everybody. $2.5 million is what they burned, I guess, or used in the first quarter. So I think they have enough capital for the second quarter, which we're through, and enough for the third quarter. I believe that revenues may have already started in the second quarter that we don't know about yet. And I believe, Pat, that somebody asked me, and another person asked me, and a third person asked me, why do you think, or there's a reason that the guy, Mike Lazaridis, joined the advisory board. And it always kind of goes back and around in my head. What do they mean? I think what it means is he's there to be the negotiator because he did it for BlackBerry. They turned a Canadian IP into a huge global revenue machine. And I think that's why he's there. So, what could that mean, Pat? I don't know. I've never signed these big global, what do you call them? Sales contracts, joint venture agreements, licensing agreements, maybe. I don't know what you call them. But I would imagine, Pat, one of two things, that if they have his what's the word? Not Veritas. His gravitas and his knowledge when they're signing all this up. I think two things could happen, Pat. I think number one, there could be, it might not be likely, but there could be some sort of payment or an accelerated, like, look, here's our revenue deal, and we will give you X amount of that as a draw. You know, some arrangement. I don't know. I have no idea, but I would think that's one possibility, Pat. The second possibility is once the contract is signed and the revenue starts, which I think would be right away, they may be able, if they need money, let's say in the middle of the third quarter, that looks like they're going to need money, I think they can factor the contract. And what that means is they can take the revenue contract to a company that factors, maybe for a 15%, you know, some sort of fee, and maybe a 15% discount. They can go borrow money against the revenue that's coming in on the contract, if they need be, for the fourth and fifth quarter. I don't think they're going to have to sell any equity. But you're right to wonder if that's what's concerning you, that they might get in a situation that they have to sell equity at 20 cents. It's not a crazy thing to worry about. I just don't think it's going to happen. I think they have all the money they need to get to revenue. I think revenue has started already at Railtown. I really mean that. I think revenue's already started. I don't know that it's very big yet. And if they're involved in the Hive Bell Atlantic deal, I don't think that revenue will start until, you know, maybe the end of the year, beginning of next year. However, I think they might be able to borrow against it, or as I just suggested, they want a viable company, so that maybe they say, look, we'll give you in advance. I don't know. I've never written one of these, but it seems logical to me. So that's the first thing you might be concerned about. The second thing you could be concerned about is that all this story of revenue, all this story of AI is complete hogwash, and the stock's going down. Well, I don't think I'm going to do it right now because I've talked too much and I want to get, but I think you remember I've done it 2 or 3 times. Railtown owns AIP Network. AIP Network is basically 200 companies carefully chosen with 5,000 end users, probably more than that by now, and something like 500 million in revenue. If that's a guesstimate, just say that they will achieve 500 million in revenue if they're not already there fairly soon. They probably spend, or will soon spend, something like 200 million to 250 million in compute spending on other hyperscalers. I don't know what the exact number is. I don't know if anybody does. We do know from Dr. Tom Core's interview that it was 100 or 125 million when there were 160 companies. So I think it's safe to say it could grow, particularly as the quality of the offerings the users offer to their end users, the revenue that is generated as use goes up, it could get to 200 million, 250 million annually spent at other hyperscalers for the compute power. Now, Railtown owns AIP Network. Dr. Tom Core was the president and CEO of that network. Dr. Tom Core was one of the founders. Dr. Tom Core is now director of corporate relations or corporate activity at Railtown. So it's quite logical to believe that Railtown is going to have the ability to move the majority or all of that hyperscale spending by the network they control. And the key connection is a well-loved and well-respected and intelligent man, Dr. Tom Core. So as they move that spending, which is every year, and it's sticky, and it's controlled by Railtown, and it's going to grow as they use the platform. As they move that over to TELUS, or if you want to be devil's advocate, you could say because it's taken so long at TELUS, that deal will be canceled. So maybe you'll say they'll move it over to the Hive / Bell Atlantic deal, Bell Canada deal. Whatever. They're going to move it to a sovereign Canadian data center where they split the revenues. They're not going to leave it in the United States. That's not their agenda. So anyway, let's say they move 250 million. I know I'm taking the high number. And let's say it's 20%. That's 50 million in revenue to Railtown. But let's say it takes 3 years to get it done. It's not right away. So let's say the multiple on that 50 million is that institutions are willing to give right now isn't 20 or 25. It's maybe 15, but let's call it 10 just to be bloody conservative. So 50 million times 10x, particularly since it might take 3 years, that's a 500 million company just from the AIP, and that's being completely negative on everything else, Pat. You're nervous on the sovereign AI story. You're nervous that they're ever going to get the orchestration layer anywhere except on the revenues that they can control, but they might not even get it there. But at least they'll split the revenues like a commission on any business they direct to a Canadian data center. That's all we're talking about, essentially getting commission. We'll bring this 250 million in revenue to us in exchange for a 20% split. Of course, I'm making up both the revenue and the split, but it seems fairly reasonable. So at 50 million, say in 3 years, it's only worth 10x today. So we'll put 10x on it today. That's $500 million in enterprise value. Everything else craps out, Pat. Everything else craps out. There's 234 million shares outstanding. That gives you a target of $2.13 a share. $2.13 a share. So, Pat, another way of saying that is just the revenue that they should be able confidently to get by directing their own network of companies to a Canadian sovereign data center should give you almost 10x from here. So I don't think you should be nervous about anything. I really don't. They're not going to take toxic financing. They run a lean machine. I guess you could worry that it's going to take another 9 months, or it's going to take another year to see any revenue at all, and then worry that they're going to go bankrupt or be seller boxed by the machine. I don't think that's going to happen. Why? I think we've already put those dues in. The delays, as we see it, I'm not saying the company feels it's delays, but as we feel it, the delays are explainable. They're explainable by the quiet period under the AIP purchase. They're explainable under the quiet period while they were negotiating with TELUS. We don't know the results, but it was announced that they agreed to partner, so we know that. And it might have been explained by the fact that because all of a sudden the opportunity was so much bigger, they were going to have to add in Rail Engine. Maybe they were going to keep Rail Engine and keep it for another division or something. But they did it across a platform of Railtrack's conductor and Rail Engine because of this data center opportunity at TELUS. So that's explainable that maybe the first quarter Rail Engine wasn't ready to start running business through. They've completed it, they installed it, but maybe they needed some testing time. I don't think that's going to happen again, Pat. They don't have to remake Railtown. They don't have to renegotiate with TELUS for 6 months. They don't have to reinstall. I don't know if it is installed, but that's what I'm thinking. They don't have to go through that whole testing phase at the TELUS data center again. So I just don't see that we have more delay ahead of us. I think we've paid that price. And I think that the final squeeze on us, the pain on us, is that they decided to change leadership. So we're dealing with that. But I think in terms of negotiations, in terms of testing it, getting it ready to go, having the stack ready to go, I really think we don't have to go through any more of those delays again. Do you want proof? You want proof? You looking at me? Zaid Atufat Shamsi, who is the senior guy at TELUS, I forget the name of his, like digital or something, his title. It's a big, long title. He was the guy in charge of building out the data center and building out the stack. And so he was intimately involved, obviously, with the negotiations, obviously with the screening of Railtown and any potential competition. And he was intimately involved in integrating the stack with NVIDIA, HPE, maybe Cohere, but I think it's going to be Cohere because it's Canadian. But maybe it's OpenAI, who knows? And putting FireIX in there, and frankly, running Railtown's platform through its paces and testing and grilling the engineers and stress testing everything. Well, that whole process might have taken from, let's say, September to January, February. I don't know, something like that. And then Zaid Atufat Shamsi joins the advisory board of Railtown. I think you don't have to be nervous. I really don't. It is hard watching the stock, and that's why we probably should just turn off our screens and not watch. The price of Railtown is divorced from the fundamental forces that are going to make you, I think, Pat, if I remember your position, that are going to make you rich. We've got to be aware that there can be surprises. The market can crash. Multiples can contract. Donald Trump could attack another country on behalf of Benjamin Netanyahu, attack Turkey, so that Israel can take over Cyprus and take over the Asian side of Turkey and add Syria and go into Alexandria and down to Saudi Arabia and take Kuwait, all for the greater Israel project that we know is what Benjamin Netanyahu is entitled to. As Huckabee said the other day, the United States wouldn't exist without Israel. So that's possible that we got to look out for things like that. We have to look out that maybe Elon Musk comes up with a sovereign, people trust him, comes up with an alternative that all sovereign countries want. But I don't see any evidence of any of those threats yet. If it happens, some out of left field threat, we have to change our opinion. But there's no evidence of that. So, Pat, to summarize, I think the downside on your investment in Railtown, the absolute downside is 10x. I think the downside on your investment, that's how mispriced this stock is. And I think your medium-term target is 100x. And maybe it happens sooner. And you'll be rich at that time. But I think your ultimate target, I hate to say it, because Tony the Tiger will make fun of me, but I think your ultimate target could be, we need more information, it could be 1,000x. Over $200 a share. $250 a share, let's call it. So Tony can make fun of me. Let's say I'm calling that it could be $250 a share. But we need, there's a lot of evidence we need. But Pat, the key thing I want to tell you, it's not the revenue for Railtown, the modeling of revenue and the projectability of revenue is not going to happen $10,000 at a time. It's not going to happen at $100,000 at a time. I think it's going to happen at tens of millions of dollars a time in annual recurring revenue that's projected. It may even come out where the calculations start and multiply at 25s and 50 millions of dollars annually at a time. I don't want you shaken out, Pat. And I know it's nerve-wracking. I know. Watching it is disgusting. For me, what disgusts me is I just wish I had a slug of money. I would do what G. Diddy did. I'd do exactly what he did. I would buy more Railtown, and I'd buy a position in TTTMF, because Railtown could still drive us crazy for another 2 months. It could take us till September, and it gives us something to I don't want to say distracted. It's not a game, but to make money with. It'll be interesting, but at least it'll take our mind off of watching the machines destroy the enterprise value of Railtown, it's ridiculous. All right, let me keep going. Pete the Greek. Exactly, Jack. He was a bullshiter. William was right. We all could have made good money from him, but he waited for 10,000x. Exactly. Exactly. I made that mistake on, I froze when Finger and GTI went so high. I thought, oh my gosh, it's going to squeeze. G Diddy is becoming Ward in while Ward is out playing with pickles. William has made a strong case over the past year, Pat M. I can be patient. Yes, that's well said. Jack Hamilton says, G Diddy, nicely played. G Diddy says, thanks, Jack Hamilton. I can't wait. When this works, I think we're going to have a party at my old museum. And everybody can meet each other. Everybody can take pictures. And everybody can get up and do their best impression of best impression, not of me, that would be boring. Best impression of Trump or something. Neil Gondek, Neilgondek. He might be Czech. Or some Slavian heritage, who knows. Took down my last position today, 88,000 shares, 500 at 32 cents. Grand total 588,480. Neil, that's awesome. If Ward were here, he would be feeling competitive. Unbelievable. Amazing to all of you. And great, Neil. That's awesome. Pat M, I'm with you. G Diddy. Great for Pat M. G Diddy. Congratulations, Neil Gondek. Yes. Steve, unknown stuntsman. G Diddy, at least I'm not the only crazy one. That's what keeps you from going insane. Neil Gondek. You too, G Diddy. All will be handsomely rewarded. You know, I don't know why, but I take a lot of confidence in some people's judgment, like G Diddy, like Ward, and there's others. I take it Donna's confident processing of information and her quiet leadership of making a commitment to own over 100,000 shares. For example, that I respect that. I respect Ricky's processing of a lot of information. I don't know how he does it, but he goes on the stock twits and the Reddits, and he's able to process a lot of information there. And I bet not all of it is pretty. And he too comes back and shares. And I don't guess it would be easy for him, but he shares that he built a position well over 100,000 shares. Quit that, Clay. I seem to remember that he got kind of peeved maybe a year ago No, not a year, maybe not, I don't know, something last year maybe. And I don't remember all the details, but I remember we had a bit of a set too. But you know what? He didn't take it personally, nor did I. But of course, you can tell that my Irish and my Italian sides are different than if you come from Norway or Sweden. But why? Anyway, it's something I got to work on. Otherwise, I'll never get to heaven. But anyway, he came back and he built a position over 300,000 shares. You know, there's so many stories. That's leadership. That is confidence building. But it also gives me, I really mean it, gives me feedback. Not so much my presentation. It's everybody here processing the information. You guys are all doing the due diligence. You're all doing the thinking. You know, in Clay's case, if he was peeved at me, if he were, I can't remember when it was, he took the time to process what he was seeing. And he made the commitment. I tell you, each and every one of them, I'm impressed with you guys. And I'm leaving out a bunch of names. You know, Deschamps is here. You know, the guy with the guy with the Great Dane, the guy with the hat. All these guys, it's amazing. It's just amazing. And what you're doing, you're going to be veterans now, and you're going through, in this herky-jerky ragtag process, you're going through what institutions go through. You're going through what private equity goes through. And you're making some assumptions. And I think we've tested every single one of those assumptions. But what is annoying is there's no break in the information. It is annoying. But I think it's for positive reasons. I don't think it's for any nefarious or making excuses or buying time reasons. I think these guys got started early, built a great product, and now we're at a perfect storm of market sovereignty and the realization that all the sunk cost of investment so far need this exact layer, and we've had the chance to buy the position because it's public, and then the machines do what they do to drive it down. So our metal has been tested. But I think you guys are never going to forget this. And I do have a goal that every single one of you becomes millionaires, or at least, you know, 100,000 is a lot of money. 50,000 is a lot of money. I had a boss that used to tell me, a manager, he said, the first 100,000 is the hard part. Once you have 100,000, you can allocate your funds, make decisions, and work hard. It's not like you can live off of it, but it puts you in a different category of being able to run your life. So that's a goal for all of us. But my friend, my brother, the guy I moved to London, we started our own bespoke private equity or venture capital firm. We did it without locking in. We did it differently, which that was before hedge funds. But anyway, it was great great learning, always learned a lot from him. But he would say to me, after the first 100,000, everything else doesn't change your lifestyle. And of course, that back then we were making good monthly, good annual incomes. But he was just saying, after you have that first, in retrospect, he might have been talking about income as well. But after the first 100,000, your lifestyle doesn't change with the remainder. But my hope for everybody here is that you become significantly well off. And I hope that this doesn't turn into hot money, because the one way of going back into HELL is to start trading on big volume your newfound wealth. You'll lose it. But I do think we will be able to make investments in AI and energy, and that's my focus. I think is going to be AI, energy, and metals. But I think there'll be opportunities that will present when you have some assets and you treat the people that bring you deals well, and you invest a little, at least in some of them. And that's where we'll be. We'll be at that point. We're going to represent a lot of money. And if you trust me to be the tip of the spear, I think we can go find things. But we can also build quite a community that works together. The one thing I'm amazed of all of you that speak, and I'm sure there's others that don't, there's no jealousy. Everybody's supportive of each other. We're proud of somebody that comes in and buys 1,000 shares. We're not envious of somebody that builds a 1,000,000 share position. I love it. It sometimes when I sign off, I'm so worn out. I can barely get up the next morning, and I feel so drained, but also emotionally battered or something. It's tough. I'm not complaining, and it's probably because of my own way of handling it. But I tell you, it makes me so happy that there's probably, I don't know, I don't know how many people. I know it's at least 250, 300 people here that all have each other's back. And I know sometimes people get upset. It's stressful. And I know sometimes I get upset and say the wrong thing. But I think each of us, even when we're upset, we mean well. And so I really look forward to this working out. But anyway, Neil Gondek is one of those people that I really trust his judgment and his opinion. And so Neil Gondek says, you too, G. Diddy, all will be handsomely rewarded. That means all of us. Silver Skyrocket. That's Red Power Ronnie. Hi, William. Hello, everyone. G. Diddy to Steve, to Unknown Stuntsman. You were more than twice as crazy, sir. G. Diddy. G. Diddy's a good man. G. Diddy, joking aside, the case has been made and continues to get stronger. That's my feeling. There's Ward. There's Ward. G. Diddy, I agree with that. The case has been made and it continues to grow stronger. I agree. Ward Richardson, Pat M., if it is any comfort to you, I only invest in disruptive AI companies. Over 2 years ago, I found that this software, that's something you should know, Pat. Ward came to this channel, I guess you call it, not because he was looking for an idea. He already found Railtown. He had already invested in Railtown. Ward bought Railtown and did his due diligence before he ever heard of me. So that's pretty interesting. Anyway, Pat M. Ward says, if it is any comfort to you, I only invest in disruptive AI companies. Over 2 years ago, I found that this software is disruptive. In the last 6 months or so, this story is getting bigger. T. Alex. Hi, William and everyone. Hi, T. Alex. Ward Richardson. And bigger. It's getting bigger and bigger. I would say that this software, Ward says, I would say that this software is 10 times more disruptive now than it was 2 years ago. With that being said, just sit tight. It is about to unfold any day now. And you know what? I don't know if Ward means this or not. He might. But Pat and everybody, if, for example, let's say that Dotage is going to have a big party at the Moose Lodge on June 7th to announce kickoff Tellus's AI data centers. And I don't know that I really don't expect it to happen. But let's just say he gives Railtown some billing. One would expect that over the next days or week or so that the stock would have an upward drift or more. But what can happen is that the stock can start going up before. I don't know why it happens. Word gets out or something. So you could see the stock start trading upward, like Ward says, any day now, and we don't know why. It could happen. Gordon Gecko. I'll wait to buy Railtown at 5 cents. No, you won't. If it goes to 5 cents, you're going to be waiting for 1 cent. No, you won't. If you're trying to convince people that Railtown is going to 5 cents, look, anything's possible in a spike or in a panic or if the market's shut down. I don't know. Anything's possible. But the likelihood of Railtown going to 5 cents, I would give that as close to zero as possible. Let me just calculate that. If the stock's 234 million shares fully diluted, for it to go to 5 cents and stay at 5 cents, it would be a $12 million market cap. And I guess it would be saying that the company lost its network, lost its contracts, all the engineers left without compensation to the company, and that the single best orchestration layer, in my judgment, in the world, that's unproven. I will admit I'm making a speculative statement there, but I think they're the first to market the best in class, and I think they're going to be proven to be the must-have orchestration layer, the must-have sovereign orchestration layer. So in that context, I can't see how they're going to be worth $12 million. Let's divide that, since you're being negative, let's divide it by a 15 to get what revenue? You're predicting that the company will do $780,000 in revenue a year. I just don't see it, Gordon. I don't see it. And if you're trying to scare people here, they have real money at risk, and I think a lot of them have been scared. And you guys' action today to get it down to 21 something cents, I think that scared a lot of people. But most people here bought more. And I don't, you can come here and brag, and maybe you'll go tonight feeling good about yourself. But we know what your goal is, which is just to strip mine every day. And you're a day trader. You're in on something sweet. You probably cocaine or vodka or whore around your guilt, to bury your guilt, or you go to temple and go overboard on it, so you bury your guilt, or you have no guilt, and what it was, that a sociopath. But anyway, I don't think anybody's scared by your 5-cent prediction. But I will tell something. I don't even know you. If the stock went to 5 cents, you wouldn't buy it. You'd say, I'll wait till I buy it at 1 cent. You're a broken record. You just changed how you present it. T. Alex added another 20. Wow. You guys are professionals now. You guys are professionals. Added another 20,500 at 31 to 31.5. Broke Mach 6. T. Alex, congratulations. Neil Gondek, we got this, guys, girls. We got this, guys, girls. All we got to do is wait for the news. Now, I agree with Neil, but I caution you guys this, particularly Giuseppe, if he's still listening. News one time, maybe even 2 times, all by itself, is going to be met, at least for now, is going to be met with selling. If those guys actually studied the Hive Buzz news pieces, they wouldn't be selling. But you got to remember, they're not here long term. They have a strategy. They borrow money from Stevie Cohen. There's a guy with a whip, and they have a big office, either virtual or where they gather. They're each given $100,000. They pick 2 or 3 stocks to short, and then there's maybe a bounty if they can go find a dumb enough CEO to sign a toxic note. They'll let Cohen, or somebody like Cohen, will provide the funding for the note, or Anson Funds, the tote. Just go get it signed. Let us know as soon. Bring the proposal to us before you get it signed, because they start selling the stock. But of course, there's no proof. You can't find an attorney that'll agree to it. There's no proof. That's what they do. We've seen it over and over and over again. And so one of the ways they protect a surprise upside that would cost them in buying back stock, and they'd have to explain, is they really put the pressure on when news comes out. so that everyone says, oh, news came out, but it went down. It's not good news. What's William going on about? It wasn't good news, but it is good news. It is. That high buzz stuff is very good news, I think. They announced everybody involved except the orchestration layer. They didn't announce that. Why? Why? I don't know. They're not going to use an orchestration layer. They're not going to use a sovereign orchestration layer player. I don't know. You could go down that route. But they want you to feel like, oh, the market judged it and the news is bad. These guys sell their crack research team. They process the research and the news in 30 seconds. Why? It's a computer. What the computer is looking for is there anything in the news that overwhelms this short position or this game? For example, if it's an oil and gas company and they're drilling a well, let's say it's McCabe he's participating in a deep gas well in Terrebonne Parish, Louisiana. And let's say, I don't know who's drilling down there now. Let's say, I'll pick one. Ascent is drilling it. I don't even know if Ascent is down there, but Ascent is drilling it. But so they're paying for everything. But because of how he traded the position, he has, let's say, 10% of that well deep. And the computers, not a human being, the computers are following every bit of news that comes out of that Ascent well. I don't think Ascent is, I think Ascent is up in the darn it, the Marcellus and the Utica. But anyway, I'll just go with the name I popped in my head. But let's say they're following Ascent for every bit of news, and they've got Nextbridge there, and the well, and the computer is doing all this. And so the computer, they announce news on the well. And you and I, retail, we get all excited. It's going to be good news. They announce the news. And the well, they announce that the well hit pay or shows, at 2,000 feet. And they ran into some pressure or shows, I guess, of gas, maybe at 10,000 feet. But at 22,000 feet, they had to stop. I don't know. What's the reason? They have to replace the drill bit, which happens anyway. But for whatever reason, they're going to round trip it, and they're going to go in to drill deeper. So you and I are thinking this is great, but maybe they say they're going to sidetrack it. So the computer processes all this, and they say, well, the computer knows they got reserves, but nothing is going to shake the stock to make it go to extreme highs. For example, if they hadn't had to stop at 22,000 feet and start again, or whatever excuse, I'm having a hard time thinking of what it would be. A good reason is to drill to sidetrack it, or to drill to pull back up. They missed the target. They're getting some shows, but they need to go deeper. I don't know how many feet. But anyway, if in that well that didn't happen and they hit the target and there was pressure, and they announced, I don't know, initial production rate of 10 or 15,000 MCF a day uh, before they turned it back, and there's more to drill, and it makes them excited. The computer will look and see what the projections were, and that could make the stock go to $50 a share or whatever. Well, then the computer is going to back off that bid and ask. They're going to immediately pull their offer to sell. They're going to pull their asks, and their bid, they might leave it there, but no one's going to be hitting it, and they're going to leap away. And they might try to do some cleaning up of their open positions, but they're going to leap away. And then they're going to test the stock as it goes up to see if they find some pockets where it sells back down, and they'll accelerate their selling. And as soon as the buying comes in, they'll leap away again. And the computers, will make money on the way up. But if the first scenario comes out, well, we got to 22,000 feet, we're going to pull up, and we're going to sidetrack from, let's say, we're going to pull up, and I think they have to set casing and I think they have to seal it, but whatever. We're going to pull back up to 15, not set casing. They have to plug it, I think. But anyway, whatever they do, we're going to come up to 15,000 feet, and we're going to sidetrack it and go down to 24,000 feet. Well, the computer knows there's nothing to worry about, so they start selling so that you think, oh my God, that's the worst thing that ever happened. And in most cases, it's probably not great. But on the other hand, it might not condemn the prospect at all. But the computer is going to make you feel that way. So that's all I want to say, Neil, is when the first piece of news comes out or the second, and I would argue, Neil, I don't know if you agree with me, I think the news that came out the last couple of weeks on Hive and Buzz and Bell Atlantic and the other company, I think that's already relevant news. So anyway, my point is the first one or two pieces of news, they might succeed and you go, oh my gosh. But don't worry. As the news comes out, maybe on a case by case or a project by project basis, it's going to start lifting the prohibition on information. The ability of the insiders to buy may be delayed if he's got a drawer full of deals. Maybe he's got to announce a dozen deals over the next 3 quarters. And maybe all that buying has to wait till the end of that. That might happen. We don't know. But the point is, as the information gets out, research is going to come out in Canada. I don't have that other research report here, but that group will come out, I think, with research. They've got a stale report out there. I think they'll come out. Anyway, Neil Gondek says, we got this, guys and girls. All we got to do is wait for the news. Too many positives for Railtown AI Technologies not to exceed expectations, and we'll be enjoying that California cab or anything else our little heart desires, I guess. Ward says, T. Alex, well done. Welcome to the Mach 6 Club. Ward's already there. G. Diddy. Congratulations, T. Alex. Neil Gondek. I trimmed a position today to buy more rail, as these shares today are going a whole lot higher. Investment. Warrants are out. That's a good point. That's true. The warrants are finished. What we're going to go over that in a second. 1 million share dilution. Add to war chest. Filings, news release. 1 million share dilution. I guess what you mean is on the issued and outstanding, yeah. But on the fully diluted, there's no dilution. The warrants are already recorded in the fully diluted number I always use, 234 million. They just move from the warrant column to the share column. So the warrants are out. I agree with you. They raised about $900,000 probably. Money's added to the war chest. There will be filings and news releases. Ward Richardson, Neil Gondek, well said. Toot, toot. Neil Gondek, short trading week next week. Really? What's coming up next week? Every time you turn around, it's a holiday. You holiday? I holiday. We already had Juneteenth. Oh, July 1 for you Canucks. And for us Yankees, it's probably July 3rd is a holiday, Independence Day. Yeah, it is a short week. You're right. So Neil Gondek, short trading week next week. Agree or asks being taken out. Asks being taken out in high probability of share price appreciation. Telus gets running in Q3, which starts July, right? No. I got that wrong last time. Yeah. Third quarter starts next week. So Neil is saying Telus gets running in Q3. Neil Gondek says, watch any CDARE info, reports by insiders that will all be coming up. Let's look for CDAR right now. It's Friday. And we're good enough to look. All right, Railtown's up. Wow, 472,000 shares today. That's amazing. That's a signal to me that hits a low, and then on big volume it turns. So today in Canada, the low was 31 cents, but on big volume, it reversed. That's, to me, that's a good sign. But it does, it's not guarantee of anything. No news, no filing, and nothing on CDAR. But we'll keep looking. So Neil Gondek says, watch for any CDAR info, reports by insiders that will all be coming up. Hive will be extra along other options. So I interpret that Hive is in addition to what we're waiting for, along with other options. Very careful of the map rail laying out. Meetings, demos, wiring into hardware. What does that mean? Very careful of the map rail laying out. Very careful. Well, anyway, maybe it means something I can't figure out. Very careful of the map, rail laying out, meetings, demos, wiring into hardware, data centers. Neil Gondek, I thank you, Neil. This is very encouraging and it helps everybody. Defining the revenue model. So they will be able to, that's what I think. Analysts will be able to define the revenue model. How will Railtown be paid? So look at that. How will Railtown be paid? Contracts, grants. Grants are the federal government, and that could be the reason for what we perceive as a delay. Funding will be instituted into more development and companies. Interesting. Interesting. So I'm gonna be with my greedy eyes. I'm gonna say that money and contracts and funding obviously will lead to, additional engineering and expansion of their product, but it might be they buy some companies. Rail is the one-stop shop if you're shopping for more than one. Rail is the one-stop shop for software, and I would say for sovereign and for this AI self-learning software. Neil Gondek, warrants may have crossed into brokers' accounts coordinated by rail. All right, let me think about that. Warrants may have crossed into brokers' accounts coordinated by rail. So I read that Railtown may have helped facilitate cashless exercises, or there's an issue in Canada that you have to send the money to the transfer agent. I just found this out, and it's got to be there on time today. So maybe what Railtown was able to do was to bypass that step and let the warrants be processed such that the accounts, the brokerage accounts, were the source of the funding. And maybe those funds came from the brokerage account directly to the transfer agent, or it skipped having to go to the transfer agent at all. And I think the company can do that. That might be what he's talking about. So they were able to make the process work for people short on cash or at the last minute, so the warrants didn't expire. They facilitated it, and it's normal. It's fair. Warrants may have crossed into brokers' accounts coordinated by rail into strong hands. 500 to 1 million shares. $500 to 1 million. 500 to 1 million shares of warrants. Okay, got it. That's how many needed to be handled today. And that would have stopped the selling. That would have stopped the selling. But it also would have helped make sure that Railtown gets the cash. And it's just a service. They made sure that everything was handled. They stepped in and handled the friction between the broker, the client, and the transfer agent. I think it's great. ATJGC, this RLAIF sounds like another shite show stock. Well, it might sound that way to you. You must have a short attention span. Justin Babish, my first response to thinking, quote, why didn't I get to buy all in now when the price is the lowest? Every week, a new block of shares matures to long term. That's a good point, Justin. I would never have saved 25,000 just now to go all in right now. I agree with you. That's kind of how I look at it myself. If I had, and I emphasize, I'm not talking about anything big. It's probably actually, Justin, you and I are, it's my IRA. You and I might be in the same, in the same general ballpark. But I feel like if I had put the cash aside, I would have been tempted to do other trades. And I very well might have bought into GDC and it'd be wiped out, or I might have listened to somebody say that finger motion, there's a big contract coming in, there's a big buyout, there's a big, whatever. There were a bunch of things, and I might have gotten into that, or so you're right, Justin. That's a very healthy way and a very accurate way of looking at it. I would never have saved 25,000 to buy in it all now. And you have the long term. You're right. Good job, Justin. I like that. Ward Richardson, Neil Gondek, I agree with you. RT is the one-stop shop for software. If you're stopping to shop for software on your software stack. Ward says, Neil, I agree with you. RT is the one-stop shop for software. RT is using the classic Microsoft playbook here. Ward Richardson, Jack Hamilton, 222. I didn't write that down. I didn't write down anything for Jack Hamilton. Oh, yes, I did. I just didn't write down the shares. 222. Now, those are really nice bonus shares. Well done. Giuseppe. William, please don't misinterpret my early comments on me giving up or flaking out. Frustration only, but I'm committed, and the community here is so great. Yeah, Giuseppe, I didn't consider that's what you were saying. But I assume you have a little Italian in you. But you'll know that I get, maybe you don't, but I get a little worked up. It's not just at or because of you. It's a frustration that you even have to go through this. These markets shouldn't be this way. Wall Street just abandoned traditional markets for over-the-counter stocks, including NASDAQ. They just abandoned it. And so you have to deal with this, and it sucks. But it sets up an amazing opportunity. It's hard to understand how such a disconnect could be in the stock price and the potential value of the company. The random walk down Wall Street, the idea that, I forget the other idea, but the idea that, there's a name for it, the idea that everything is priced into a stock, that came from a day and a time when institutions maybe made up 5% of the volume. And so you had brokers back when they were real brokers. You had analysts, you had wealthy individuals, you had little nerdnicks that had 100 shares. You had clubs, you had newsletters, you had corporate, brokerage firms that handled small offerings. You had, anyway, you get the picture. And they would process all the information, and everybody pretty much had access to the same information. And there weren't any of these high frequency trading. There weren't the algorithms. There weren't the lax security oversight. And there weren't the attorneys covering up for criminal acts, at least not on this scale. And so back then you could argue that for most of the time, all of the information was in the stock price. I've never agreed with that. How did Warren Buffett get rich? How did George Soros make his money? I just don't agree with the theory. But that's when the argument came. Well, that argument is still left over in people's brains today. So when they look at the stock, they think, oh, somebody smart has figured something out. Oh, that price is there because the shorts know something. They don't. It's just algorithmic computerized trading. It is true that those computers go out and read the news stories and the headlines, and they're able to process the risk in those news stories very quickly and to their strategy. So they will keep the pressure on because they don't see any risk. What I suggest to you with Railtown is, I don't know if it'll be the first news story or the second news story or any of the news stories. Again, I think what happened with Hive, as Neil just indicated, that might be sort of an extra that might come on. I don't know. But the computers aren't going to be scared at first. They're not going to translate it. They're not going to see that Railtown signed up with Hive and with TELUS and let's say with Rogers Communications. I'm making these things up. The only one we know is TELUS. And they announce it in 2 or 3 announcements. Well, the computers aren't going to be able to figure out the revenue. They don't have it in their database. They're not going to be able to say, all right, the potential revenue on the iron, as they call it, seems to add up to $2 billion, but they're not going to be able to figure out what Railtown gets out of it. So they'll just keep selling until they keep selling until they bump up against an institutional order. And there are no institutional orders yet in Railtown. So they're going to keep doing it. But where the institutional orders will start coming in, or the wealthy orders, or just a big block of buying will come in, is as the news comes out and some of the parameters on the non-material information get lifted. Also, new players, for example, if the analysts that at Riley or at, I forget the other ones, that follow Hive, Cantor Fitzgerald, they notice Railtown and they go, I got to look into this. They might pick it up, and they don't have any of the material non-public information. So slowly, there's going to be research or internal work that leads to buying orders. And I think what's going to happen is you're going to see all at once a break. Somebody comes in to buy 100,000 shares. Somebody comes in to buy 1 million shares. And they spread it around and the computers figure it out. They will leave. They're like gremlins. They're like those those things that chase whatever that ship was called in the Matrix. They'll just, they're full of energy. And then as soon as that, whatever that thing was, that button, they'll all collapse and stop. That's what's coming. But it won't necessarily be on the first news release, I guess is all I'm saying. But Giuseppe, I'm sorry you have to go through it. I really do. I didn't interpret that you were giving up. I go through the same stresses. And I have to make it through each month myself. And I don't have, I don't know how much longer I can string it together. You know, I took a trip to Texas, which was wonderful. It was absolutely a blessing. But then I come back, and it's not just my energy I got to make up for. I got to make up for, you know, husbanding my little bit of cash. You know, it's stressful, and I know exactly what you're going through. So I do not, you know, Giuseppe, number one, even if you are angry, I think it comes from a well-meaning place, not from like this guy up here saying it sounds like a shite show stock. So anyway, I didn't misread you, and I didn't take it the wrong way. I may have come across, as I got worked up, I may have come across that way, but I don't, when I'm answering a question, I know that I'm not only answering it for one person. So sorry about that. I didn't mean to leave that impression. Ward Richardson. William, another nice thing I like about Railtown, besides their software, is their very well connected and very well seasoned board. Yes. I think they'd all make perfect husbands for lucky women because they never talk out of turn. They never let a secret out. Yeah, I agree with you. Railtown has amazing software, I believe, but you would know better than I do. But Ward, maybe you can let people know how many of all the companies you've ever studied have an advisory board like that, but more importantly, an advisory board that lines right up with the narrative, lines right up with the story. I can't think of that many. T. Alex, I mean, early on, obviously the bigger companies have it. T. Alex, well said, Ward Richardson. RT has been built for success. I get excited to see these lower prices to buy whatever I can afford. See, that's what goes through my head is like, darn it, I wish I had my line of credit. I wish I had my, you know, my big account. I wish I had that in. Drive myself crazy. I'm not in that stage of life right now. I'll get back there. Jack Hamilton. Thanks, Ward R. Just adding what I can like when I can, like others. T. Alex, wow, impressive move. Jack Hamilton, Neil G, even more impressive. T. Alex, just playing the market makers' games. I keep working and bringing more firepower to the table for their next move down. That's brilliant, T. Alex. I think all you guys are turning in to institutional or I think you're going to all be accredited investors, every single one of you. But I think you're turning into, you know, hardened investors, you know, experienced investors. Neil Gondek, at least the warrants that expired today were in the black. Well, they expire tomorrow, but I know what you mean. Um, yeah, they were in the black. Rail is checking off the boxes. Funds from Canadian government. See, that's what I suspected. That is the silence. June 1 deadline. And who better to get funds from the Canadian government than a critical sovereign orchestration layer, but also a guy like Tom Core, who spent his career matching government and provincial funds with companies. Maybe the AIP partners companies got funds. So I interrupted Neil's thought. At least the warrants that expired today were in the black. Yes. So I guess you're saying they didn't exercise them. But my feeling is maybe Railtown worked with them and the regulators so they did get exercised because they were in the black. But anyway, it's good. It's not negative. Railtown is checking off the boxes. Funds from Canadian government, TELUS, etc. There you go. Transition to scale 2026 was the plan. I didn't know that. See, we're learning something. So the plan all along by Railtown, which might have started, which would explain why I wouldn't know, might have started once they got involved with TELUS, sort of, I'm guessing, sort of third quarter last year. So they built a plan to build up over this period of time and transition to scale in 2026. That was their plan. Here we are now. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. I don't know. If they wait another 6 months, we're not in 26. Neil Gondek, like I say, see how many insiders exercised if holding shares. I don't know if any options expired. I can look at that, maybe. I don't know that any options expired. I have a list. No. All the employee options expire next year. 2 years. That's a good idea, Neil. So look for the insider holdings and buying, which should come when they exercise their warrants. You're a pretty smart fella. Let's see how many of the warrants were exercised. Level 2 showed 400,000 shares on the ask. Hint, hint, it's all there. 400,000 shares. So I don't know who owns those warrants. I'm wondering, Neil, are you talking about the new warrants in the last financing? Getting a special discount? Wow. Neil Gondek, very calculated. Hackathon with coders wired for sound. Bounced and didn't close at the low. Shares were being bought RBC been busy the past month. So that adds a place that there might be research. Very calculated hackathon with the coders wired for sound. So we could listen. I didn't know that. Neil Gondek, thank you so much for doing this work. Presently, Rail is Google AINF Inference Network Fabric Proof of Concept. So I wonder, Ward, what Neil is saying here. Rail is in Google AINF and the Inference Network and Fabric for a proof of concept. That would be gigantic. I see, I always get too greedy when I read things. Neil Gondek, no upstart can move ahead of what Rail has developed. Generous of 20%. AIP has taken care of all the upstarts in their 190 companies in their portfolio. AI is just starting in data centers. I like how Neil thinks. Keeping on A is Telus about to tell us. No, wait, I haven't finished laughing. Philip Kursky extended my 896 shares of Railtown. Wow. You are amazing. Phil, that's amazing. I'm writing that down with a big exclamation point. That's awesome, Philip. Added 896. I'm so proud of all of you guys. All right, so I'm going to go through what I had. I'm so proud of you guys. You take the opportunity, you recognize it for what it was, and you add. It's amazing. Absolutely amazing. Let's see if there's any reporting of anything. It's 9 o'clock, so it's 6 o'clock in Railtown town. Do they have to file anything at 6 o'clock in Railtown town? Neil, it's amazing. Some of what you say, I don't know if I'm over experiencing it. Rail is Google AINF Inference Network Fabric Proof of Concept. That sounds absolutely delicious. That sounds amazing. Of course, I might be overestimating. All right, let's go through what I have. I'll try to, I don't know, now it's been so long, I don't remember where to start. So we'll just start, see how it takes us. I'm just doing one right now to make sure I'm in the right place. Yeah, we did that yesterday, so I think that's the wrong place to start. So I'll start up here. I'll start in a new place. I'll start at the very beginning. It's a very good place to start. Start at the very beginning. All right, so Dr. Tom Core liked Bell Business. Canada stands at a defining moment. The decisions we make today lead to divorce later on. Will determine whether Canada emerges as a global leader in artificial intelligence or falls behind. John Menzies, president of Bell Cyber, strongly believes Canada has what it takes to lead. He was recently invited to share his perspective before the Standing Senate Committee on Social Affairs, Science and Technology as part of the study on the impact of AI in Canada today. You can read the article at Bell Business. Greg McClellan, Dr. Tom Core, 13 years ago, we founded ThinkOn on a single conviction. Today, it's powering Canada's national AI infrastructure. ThinkOn has delivered the infrastructure foundation for Canada's sovereign AI platform, the secure cloud infrastructure behind CanChat, the Government of Canada's secure AI assistant already running across 23 federal departments. Does it need a harness? Can I get a witness? 3 U.S. companies control 85% of Canada's public cloud market. Foreign hyperscalers build local data centers, hire local spokespeople, and present as local infrastructure, while operational control and legal accountability remain outside Canadian jurisdiction. See, this is the problem. They control 3 U.S. companies, control 85% of all this important stuff. Data residency and data sovereignty are not the same thing. This platform is what the conviction looks like at scale. Proud of the team, grateful for the partnership with Shared Services Canada and the Government of Canada. Canada's sovereign AI infrastructure isn't a future state, it's running today. He liked radium. And let me go to the next one. You'll see that I did it twice. I couldn't agree more, Adam. Canada has the talent, the research, the capital, and the ambition to compete in AI. The opportunity now is to ensure we are not just building for others, but creating the conditions for Canadian companies to build, scale, and succeed here. Canada's recently announced AI strategy, including initiatives like Compute Access, BDC Lift, and IRAP AI Assist, are important steps in that direction. I'm looking forward to working with the growing ecosystem of organizations adopting AI, along with the partners helping Canadian businesses succeed with it. If you're building in this space, I'd love to connect. Adam, CEO of Radium. I've been pretty vocal about my opinions on AI, funding and innovation from a Canadian lens, having spent a significant amount of time in the US building Radium with our team. Very refreshing to hear Evan Solomon's genuine understanding of the challenges and opportunities for Canada. Further, what his team is already working on to make Canada competitive. Dave McKay, thanks for the invitation and the hosting. I am impressed by RBC's adoption of AI and the work RBC Borealis is doing. Digital. Remember digital? Dr. Tom Core likes digital. Do you remember digital? It was part of the three-cornered hat amalgamation. It was Railtown, AIP Partners, and Digital. Do you remember it? They changed the name to like 22 LLC or 22E LLC or something. But we are pleased to announce and welcome Rhonda Barnett as Digital's interim CEO following the retirement of our inaugural CEO, Sue Page. Rhonda brings an impressive track record as an entrepreneur, industry leader, CEO, and board director. Her experience spans advanced manufacturing, workforce development, technology adoption, innovation, and writing CVs. She is well positioned to guide Digital through our next chapter. Throughout her career, Rhonda, help me, Rhonda, help me, Rhonda, has demonstrated an ability to lead organizations through growth and change while working collaboratively across complex networks of government, industry, funders, and private sector partners. Rhonda was a board member of NGen Canada, Canada's global innovation cluster for advanced manufacturing. She has also held senior management, board, and advisory roles. Abbott Manufacturing, Pallet Skills, Canadian Manufacturers and Exporters, Federal Industry Strategy Council. That experience is deeply aligned in Digital's work and our role in helping companies deploy breakthrough technologies. There you go, word, breakthrough. Breakthrough at scale, right here, breakthrough at scale, and compete globally by unlocking access to capital, talent, and markets. As we recognize Sue's extraordinary contributions to Digital, we are looking ahead with confidence. Rhonda understands our organization, our members, our partners, and the opportunities we're pursuing. We are grateful for her willingness to step into this role and lead Digital, particularly because she is a woman. Oh, that's unfair. With Rhonda in the interim role, the board will undertake a comprehensive search for a new CEO, effective immediately. Kim will serve as active board chair. Help me, Rhonda. Help me, Rhonda. Rhonda brings an impressive track record as entrepreneur, industry leader, CEO, and board director. And then Dr. Tom Core again liked Buzz HPC, all an AI that thinks like a physicist. But it built to accelerate human discovery, running on Buzz HPC on Canadian soil without interruption. This is what sovereign compute is for. Help me, Rhonda. Help me, Rhonda. So I put that all up. I said digital was part of the AIP network amalgamation, the structural convergence. The missing piece of the mosaic falls into place. This new set of screenshots delivers a massive structural revelation. Your note that digital, Canada's digital technology supercluster, was part of the original AIP Corp's network amalgamation is the definitive link. When you track Dr. Tom Core's active endorsements across these files, it becomes clear that he is validating a coordinated transition. The sovereign infrastructure is no longer just a defensive telecom pipeline. It is being formally woven into Canada's federal legislative, executive, and public sector layers. One, the legislative control plane, Bell Cyber, and the Canadian Senate. Dr. Core supports an official update from Bell Business highlighting that John Menez, president of Bell Cyber, was invited to testify to the committee. We read that. It isn't a simple commercial tech pitch. This is the federal government calling in the leadership of the Bell AI fabric to establish the national framework for data governance, risk parameters, and economic infrastructure. When the Senate relies on your primary infrastructure partners to draft national AI policy, it establishes a massive regulatory moat for the software stacks natively integrated into those networks. The active public sector pipelines, ThinkOn and CanChat. This is a critical piece of operational confirmation. Dr. Core likes a post from Greg McClellan, the CEO of ThinkOn, confirming a deep reality. Quote, Canada's sovereign AI infrastructure isn't a future state, it's running today. The footprint. ThinkOn has delivered the foundational cloud infrastructure for CanChat, the Government of Canada's secure sovereign AI assistant. It is already actively running across 23 federal departments under the authorization of Shared Services Canada. The chokehold. McClellan explicitly highlights the exact geopolitical threat you mapped out, me. The 3 US companies control 85% of Canada's public cloud market, while operational control and legal accountability remain outside Canadian jurisdiction. The software realization. If CanChat is actively handling classified data across 23 federal departments on a sovereign cloud footprint, the government cannot allow raw, unmetered, unmonitored agent queries to execute blindly. This environment demands an enterprise tier control plane, rail engine, rail tracks, and conductor to handle real-time log ingestion, audit, and to audit token usage limits, and to enforce structural data boundaries. Pretty powerful interpretation. The digital supercluster integration. The fact that digital was an original part of the AIP network amalgamation changes everything for your portfolio distribution map. Digital is one of Canada's elite federally funded global innovation clusters engineered specifically to accelerate large-scale commercialization and industrial technology adoption. Dr. Kaur celebrates the appointment of Help Me Rhonda Barnett as Digital's interim CEO, highlighting her deep alignment with the Federal Industry Strategy Council and her track record of helping companies, quote, deploy breakthrough technologies to scale and compete globally by unlocking access to capital, talent, and markets, unquote. The revenue vector, because digital was woven into the AIP Railtown ecosystem framework, Railtown doesn't have to spend millions on direct enterprise sales cycles. They own a niche pipeline into a massive cluster of government subsidized industrial enterprises, advanced manufacturing networks, and digital health operators who are all being federally mandated to adopt local sovereign architectures. Finally, the Scientific Discovery Network. Dr. Kaur backs Buzz HPC's deployment of an AI that thinks like a physicist, engineered to accelerate human discovery natively on Canadian soil without interruption. This brings the complete structural architecture into clear focus. You have federal policy layer link going to the Senate Committee, Shared Service Canada, Mark, Carney. The institutional capital goes to the digital supercluster, Radium, RBC, Borealis. Public sector runtime, CanChat, active across 23 federal departments. You have the physical computing layer, Buzz HPC, Hive, Bell AI Fabric, over a ton of GPUs and revenue. And you have native apps and engines. That is Railtown native telemetry control plane. And a monopoly, do you see that word? Monopoly guardrail, I think it says. Summary for your thesis. Your model isn't just tracking a single commercial corporate relationship with TELUS. The integration of digital into the legacy amalgamation pool reveals that this software stack is positioned right at the convergence point of a multi-billion-dollar national technology utility. The federal government is using CanChat across 23 departments. The Senate is formalizing security standards through Bell Cyber. The physical Blackwell racks are being deployed, and the software ecosystem has a native pipeline into Canada's largest innovation supercluster. The short-term automated high-frequency trading programs can continue to churn a quiet micro-cap order book down to 22 cents to harvest temporary retail liquidity. But the structural framework shows that the gatekeeper position has been methodically established across every essential layer of the sovereign stack. The blueprint is complete. Capitalize on the AI infrastructure supercycle with our selection of the 49 best picks and shovels of the AI gold rush, converting record-breaking demand into massive cash flow. TELUS investment narrative recap. To own TELUS, you need to believe its heavy network and digital investments will translate into steadier cash generation despite recent earnings pressure, high leverage risks, and ARPU risks. The ARCUS proof of concept strengthens the sovereign AI catalyst narrative, but on its own does not materially change the near-term focus on improving free cash flow and managing debt, or the key risk that ongoing competitive and regulatory pressure could continue to weigh on mobile profitability. Anyway, it's all about the bull case for TELUS could change following its sovereign AI-aware network push across Canada. Simply Wall Street, Sasha Jahanovic. Testing the Arcus Inference Network fabric as the networking backbone for sovereign distributed AI inferencing across Canada, aiming to deliver secure, low latency AI services for mission critical public, enterprise, and government applications while keeping data within national borders. The proof of concept, tightly integrated with NVIDIA Bluefield 3 DPUs and Spectrum 4 switches, highlights TELUS's push to turn its national network into an AI-aware platform that can enforce policy, data residency, and performance rules directly in the network layer. It's all of a piece. It's all of a piece. Help me, Rhonda. Help me, Rhonda. Gotta get you. Gotta get you into my life. Gotta get you into my life. I was alone, didn't know what I would find there. I don't know if I want to talk about GDC with you guys, because we've had a long night. But let's finish up on this topic. I can go down. I can talk about. I can talk about. There's other things I can talk about, but it's 9:30. Let's just stick with. Let's just finish on Railtown. There is some more total metals I can talk about, but I might save it for a shorter video that just kind of focuses only on it, because I think the message gets lost when I'm talking about a lot of other things. I might do that tomorrow. Okay, let's see what I have. Among the recent announcements, TELUS being recognized as Canada's most awarded wireless network by Opensignal looks the most relevant. If the company can keep converting network quality into stable pricing and low churn, it could help support resilience and provide stronger base for layering on AI-enabled services like accurate inferencing. Reach your own conclusion. Anyway, I put that up, I think. I think I did. Here's TELUS, their chart. Broadband expansion and digital health will drive future value. Digital health is going to rely on orchestration layer 2. AI infrastructure expansion and Ontario investment will support future upside. Analysts have maintained their $20 target Canadian on TELUS. What's in the news? TELUS plans to invest more than Canadian $24 billion over 5 years to expand and upgrade network infrastructure and operations in Ontario as part of a broader Canadian $66 billion Canada-wide program focused on connectivity and innovation. TELUS and Arcus are working on a proof of concept that uses the Arcus Inference Network Fabric as the networking foundation for sovereign distributed AI inferencing across TELUS's national network. The initiative targets secure, low latency AI for public safety, emergency response, enterprise and government services while keeping data within Canadian borders. TELUS has partnered with 11 labs, becoming a preferred implementation partner for 11 agents AI voice platform with a focus on scaling AI-driven customer care solutions and allowing human teams to focus on more complex interactions. Like, hey, did you see that babe? I saw her first. Valuation changes. I'm not going to read all that, but you get the picture. Key takeaways, catalysts. The catalysts, the expansion, steady network modernization, they got to shorten their pitch. I don't think they got to get it down to one or two things they're doing. Otherwise, no one understands what they're doing. Underlying business. All right, maybe all this is TELUS. I don't think that's that interesting. There's their chart. They're seeing revenues grow. Yeah, we don't need to. It's all about TELUS. I didn't know that. I knew it when I saved it, but I don't think we need to go over it. And I think that's all I have for tonight, unless you wanted me to go back over something like Finger or MMTLP, and I think it's too late. It's 9:41. We can do more tomorrow. Starla. Who? I think I've fallen in love with this community. Don't shoot me. But I hope RT is still on sale next week. I hope so too, but I think that was the low. But remember, I've said that about 3 or 4 times, but I think that was the low. That was the combination of the warrant exercising and the stock breaking new lows, and then the high frequency trading pushing it down. But next week, you have a little hope. The last day of the trading month next week is Tuesday. And that means that that's the last day for these teams of thugs, as far as I'm concerned, but these teams of traders that do this constant pressuring downward. It's the last day for them to paint the tape. So their goal is to show their performance not only to the prime broker and the stock loan desks and whatever the compliance process is, but to show it to their financial backer, show it to their boss, and make their split. And they want to re-up what money they can commit. So Tuesday is the last day of the month. It's the last day of the quarter, and it's the last day of the first half. So, Starla, you may get Monday and Tuesday selling pressure on Railtown. But I caution to everybody here, and I know I've been broken record, and it's now been a year and 3 weeks since I emphasized Railtown so much. A year and 3 weeks. So it could take longer, but any day, sentiment can change on a dime. Sentiment can change on a dime any day. It can pop, and it's all over. And I know you don't believe me. I don't blame you, but that could happen. All right, I'm going to sign off. Welcome, Starla. It's great. You bring great energy, but you know what you bring? You yourself bring the, I think, professionalism and the experienced trader and institutional trader like skills. I think you also are leading by example. This is the time to buy, not to hesitate. So anyway, appreciate it. I appreciate everybody listening. It's 9:45 and I'm going to sign off. Let's pray for peace again in the world. And I pray for peace in each of your lives. Cheers.